Yes.
Okay. All right. And I guess we're ready to go. Are you ready to go, Ed?
Yeah, you want me to read the introduction?
Sure, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 and March 23rd order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place. This meeting of the Town of Southampton Select Board is being conducted via remote participation. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. Reminder that persons who would like to listen to or view this meeting while in progress may do so by go to zoom.us/join, hit join a meeting in the top right of the screen. Type in the meeting ID 851-5949-5544 and then enter the password 496666, hit join, and please be sure to mute your device when joining in. Note, to join in video meeting with cell phone, you will need to download the Zoom app from the App Store or by watching public access TV, Charter Spectrum Channel 191. In-person attendance and public comment at select board meetings will be suspended until further notice. If you email a written public comment before the scheduled select board meeting, it will be read at the select board meeting. If you email a written public comment after viewing something at a live televised select board meeting, it will be read at the next select board meeting. Please send your public comments via email to selectmen@townofsouthampton.org. Please note that all public comments must be within the requirements of the policy on public comments listed in the open time for the public on the select board agenda. All set.
Okay, thanks very much. Welcome everybody to the Select Board meeting, Southampton, June 9th, 2020. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I would just like to start by saying a couple of comments, if you don't mind. I just want to take a minute to acknowledge the pain that throughout the country and the protests demanding change in the wake of George Floyd's death. We in Southampton join the country in fighting for a society that treats all people humanely and gives opportunity to all people, particularly people of color who have endured hundreds of years of systemic racism and maltreatment. I'd like to commend Chief Illingsworth from the Police Department for publicizing on social media the statement by the Massachusetts Chief of Police Association denouncing the actions and inaction by the Minneapolis Police Department, which resulted in the death of George Floyd. He and Fire Chief John Workman, among others, assisted with a memorial tribute that the Southampton Congregational Church provided with ringing the bells and the luminaries. That's going to happen again, I believe, Thursday night. Thank you to the Southampton Congregational Church for this and for your continuing support. They've passed out over 1,000 masks to our community during this pandemic with mask, food, and also support. I also want to take a minute to apologize for overstepping last meeting the Personnel Policies and Procedure Board on a couple of different issues. First was the EMD position. I just wanted to mention that there was a memo that went to the Select Board September 28, 2019, and it basically, the issue of the EMD position was actually presented to them, and they wrote back to the Select Board basically making a recommendation that suggested that it be considered as a job description, go through the usual process of PQB. So I hope we have an opportunity to talk about that. Also, the building commissioner position was another thing that, as you know, it's on the agenda for tonight to be a temporary position, but that actually wasn't allowed. And lastly, the vacation rollover. Certainly it was nice of us to go ahead and suggest that everybody in town can have a one-week vacation rollover given the pandemic, but actually, according to the policies and procedures of the PQB, only under extraordinary circumstances and with the advance approval of the Personnel Policies and Procedure Board and the appropriate department head or appointing authorities will the exception be granted to carry over vacation to the next fiscal year. Vacation carryover is limited to 1 week and must be taken in the next fiscal year. I contacted Ed right away today after conferring with PQB and asked them to let all the town employees know that that has to be an individual request, so that they weren't disadvantaged by 2 weeks of not knowing that information. So anyway, those are the announcements I just wanted to make. Does anybody have any questions about any of that? No? No concerns about it?
No.
Okay. Then the first item on the agenda is to have a conversation about just some select board communication and procedures. And I know we have a large agenda, but I just wanted to mention a couple of things. So I don't know if you've had an opportunity to read the Massachusetts Municipal Selectmen's Handbook, but it's actually a pretty thick document, and it guides our communication and practice as a board. And so I just want to make a few, and I do encourage discussion about this. First is, it says that a board of selectmen, and I'm quoting, operates as a collective decision-making body. An individual member of the board may not act independently only if specifically authorized by the board. So to that, it means no communication behind the scenes unless authorized by the select board. I do think, and I take no, I mean no offense in this, but historically, in communities, town administrator, managers, select board, fire chief, police chief, highway department, building trades, have all traditionally been men who oftentimes communicate by picking up the phone and calling each other. And I'm just going to suggest that we establish an expectation that any communication that happens is authorized by the board, as opposed to people just remembering kind of what hat you're wearing when you go ahead and communicate outside of the board. We are an entity as a collective, not independently. Secondly, responding to public inquiries. This is quoted from the Select Board, Mass Municipal Selectmen's Handbook as well. Generally, the chair acts on behalf of the board on routine matters between meetings or designates to the TA or vice chair. So we don't need multiple board members responding to emails from the public and contacting town employees. I don't think 5 people from the board need to contact town employees when we get emails from the public.
Maureen, can I ask a question on that?
Sure.
Okay, because I was one of the ones, and I think it's good to straighten that out, because I mean, for my part, and there was one other board member, I think this week, that did that, but we get an email to 5 of us, and we don't see a reply from anybody, and we feel that we got to answer. I know I answered one that happened to go to.
That one that you answered, the email came in from the concerned citizen about a bumper sticker that was a political bumper sticker on the transfer station. The email came in at 4:30. At 4:55, I called Randall, who actually went down to the dump, handled it, and sent an email back to all of us saying that it's been taken care of, and I wrote back to the interested party. So I check my emails all day long, and so that was a delay of 25 minutes. And,
so is response.
Well, wait a minute. Just let me finish the question. You jumped in on me there. What I was going to say is, we all want to get back to the people, but I like the idea the chair does it. And for my part on that one, that was my fault. But as long as we have that going forward, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I think that was the rule going, like in the past.
So what is the rule?
That usually the chair or the town administrator, or if in the absence of the chair, the vice chair, which would be you, Matt, would respond that we don't have 5 select board members calling the water department or calling the highway department because a resident wrote about a concern. So basically what the Mass Municipal Handbook says is that generally the chair acts on behalf of the board on matters between meetings. So I'm going to request that happens, so we don't look like we're all like frantically doing whatever.
Is Ed on the select board at Town of Southampton email address, or is Ed separate from that email address?
That's a good question.
I'm included in that.
So
Great.
so if somebody sends, because that water thing did not have you CC'd, it was just the selectmen or whatever it is at townofsouthampton.org. So I responded to that. But I CC'd everybody because I want everybody to see it, just to try to help the person, because, and I'm just going to speak freely here, like oftentimes we've been criticized quite a bit for getting emails into our inbox and none of us responding. And I believe, and I'm not going to speak for all of you, but I believe the reason why we don't respond is because we don't want to handle business outside of a meeting. And so we can't drop the ball on these emails. They're sending them to us. We need to respond. So either it's Rini, it's either you're going to take the bull by the horns and do this, or the other policy that I could see fitting here is that whenever we do respond to these, it's a reply all, and so that everybody can see the response. And I would say that I would suggest that for you as well. Like I think it should be a reply all. We should all be able to see the response. We should see what the response was, and we should see that it was taken care of, so that we know that we can check it off the list.
Okay. I have a question.
Lucy, can we hear from the select board members first, please?
Yeah, I want to say that, you know, for any email that we've received that I have not responded to, I want people to know I'm not ignoring you. I really understood it to be that we were one body with one voice, and that was how we were supposed to respond to people, not that if each of us responded, those individuals might get 5 different sets of directions. And so the most I would ever do would only be to acknowledge that we received the email or the communication, and we would get back to you. Yep. That suffice. We bring it back to either the chair, or we authorize, in her absence, the town administrator respond to those, or we hold those matters and that correspondence and communication to our next meeting, when as a group we can consider, and all 5 of us would give one response to the individual.
Yeah. Just to add, I think occasionally there might be a situation where somebody in town knows one of us personally, so would write an email to us directly, just one individual. In that case, my choice would probably be simply to acknowledge I received it, but then my next choice would be to then forward it to Rini and Ed to take care of it. I would not feel comfortable jumping in and answering anything. I would forward it to Rini and Ed to take care of it.
So, Chris, what if they emailed it, and I'm not saying this happens, but emailed it to a personal email just saying, hey, what's going on with this, as a resident to resident, rather than to a select board email?
Well, but I think they're maybe asking you I don't know, it depends if they're asking you in your role as a select board member or not.
Right,
I mean,
right. Yeah.
You know, I think if it's a serious enough issue, I would still forward it to somebody beyond myself to got a one-person opinion on it.
I mean, I think Rini's right. Going forward, we should do that. We had agreed to it. I also think Matt's right. In the past, sometimes we haven't been as responsive, and I think we want to make sure we get an answer. But going forward, I'm fine with sticking.
Yeah, both of the incidences was a rapid response before I even got a chance to necessarily, and I had actually gotten back pretty quickly. So I would ask that instead of all of us, you know, like writing here and there, that we have the understanding that I'll respond to correspondence, or Matt will, or Ed will. And then also, so I'm going to move on then. Opportunities that are presented to the select board members should be presented to all members, not picking just certain members. If it involves a gathering and there is widespread interest, then we can decide whether to post a meeting or gather and not deliberate. There's been a couple of incidences recently when opportunities were presented to the board and certain people were selected as either spokespeople or people that might be interested in attending a particular event. And I think that all opportunities that are presented to the select board should be presented to all members. And then if there's 3-4 people that are interested, then with Ed's help, we can decide whether to post a meeting. For example, I mean, 3 out of 5 people are retired. I don't want the presumption to be that those people have more time, so therefore let's ask them. I just feel like we need to make sure that we make all opportunities available to all select board members. And I also want to apologize because at the last meeting, I allowed Chief Illingsworth, he was very patient, sat through a long meeting, but we had a rule that Ed just read about speaking during the meeting without having video capability. And so I apologize. I know that it was helpful for us to hear about the warrant, the article for the warrant that he talked about, or the capital item. But the rule going forward will be that only people who have video capability will be recognized to speak at select board meetings. I also just want to say, and I'd just like to hear what people's opinion about this. Last week, there was there was, I think, a little bit of pressure to have a select board member second a motion for discussion. Basically, if there isn't a second to a motion, then the motion doesn't carry and there will be no vote. Anybody want to comment about that?
You repeated it. I didn't quite hear it, Rini.
I said, I don't think there should be pressure to have a select board member second a motion for discussion purposes. If there isn't a second, then there shouldn't be a motion and there shouldn't be a vote.
That's true. I agree.
I agree.
Yeah.
And lastly,
I guess the question, you said if there isn't a second, there shouldn't be a motion. So if somebody does make a motion and other people want to discuss it, can we do that? I thought protocol-wise you couldn't discuss it once the motion was on the floor until you had a second. Am I wrong or right?
no, I mean, there will be a motion, but if there's not a second to the motion, then the issue dies. So there
Okay,
won't be a vote. I don't want
there's
people
no-
to say, can somebody please second this motion so we can have a discussion? If there's not a second to the motion, there's no discussion.
Okay, gotcha.
Does that make sense to you, John?
It does, yes.
Okay. And the last point I want to make is no anonymous letters and texts will be read at select board meetings. Similarly, people need to be identified for public comment with contact of the select board in the form that Ed read at the beginning of the meeting. And I believe there is a letter to that effect tonight, and we have to make a decision whether to retract from the minutes or identify the person that was mentioned. So I'll wait until Ed actually reads that letter to the meeting. So I just wanted to clarify that, because I really do think that we need to act as a whole body and opportunities need to be given to everybody. And we really need to have a unified front as a committee. Certainly, there's a lot of, I think that we've done a great job as a board, and previous to my coming on the board, there was a lot of absenteeism and there's a lot of communicating behind the scenes. And I certainly think we're all volunteers and we're all doing our best. But I just think that it helps for trust if we actually follow these guidelines.
I appreciate you bringing it up and clarifying it and putting the ground rules out there. So not only we understand, but all the citizens understand as well.
Great.
I have a question concerning one of this, just so that I can better understand it. In not identifying either a conversation or a text or a phone call, how is that different than us conveying the voice of the people? Like, we bump into people every day: gas station, Cumberland Farms, restaurants, post office. Mm-hmm. I mean, these voices end up being the voices of the people. I mean, we're not acting in a vacuum. Like, I'm not just Matt Rowland, the individual up here. I feel like I'm trying to do the best that I can to be the voice for Southampton, and that is kind of through me, the elected official. They liked my ideas, the majority did, and so it's not like I get up here and it's just the Matt Rowland idea show. It's, people are talking to me, and I try to present or generalize their ideas. So I'm just trying to figure out where the fine line is here, because surely every idea that pops into my head, if it didn't come from myself, do I need to identify that? If I ever had a conversation at like the gas station or Cumberland Farms or a post office from any of the populace in Southampton, I just feel like that would be extreme and ridiculous. So I'm just trying to figure out where the line is here.
I think, go ahead. Does somebody else want to speak?
I was just going to say that I think for me, Matt, the difference is what's happening during a meeting versus outside the meeting. As we did last time, where we did not see the chief on video, as Rini said, per our rules, we should have not let him speak until he had the video. We've done that with other people that wanted to speak at a meeting. And I think that's kind of the case too with emails or texts that come in during the meeting. They're supposed to wait or be identified.
And Rini, while we're on the topic, do you mind if I jump ahead to Cheryl Fletcher's comment on that?
Well, I think that we're obligated to read her letter to the board. I mean, I think that she wrote a letter to the board, and
Okay.
so I think we're obligated to read that. So if the board would like to jump ahead and actually read correspondence, then I'm happy to do that. But I'd rather you not comment on it until her letter is read.
Okay, I'll wait, no problem.
Okay. So, Matt, I do think it's a fine line, and I think the difference, aside from what Chris said, is, it didn't happen during a meeting. It was a direct sort of a reading of a text that was not identified from, what was said was a department head. And so I just think that that's a little bit too direct. It's like an email that you're not willing to say who it's from. So I think that's the shade of difference. And I do think it's a bit of a shade, but I think it's important difference.
Okay, understood.
Okay.
I just wanted to question it because you know, conversations happen all the time.
Yeah, right. We're all in that same boat. I think it was a very direct reading of a quote during a meeting, but not identifying who it was.
Sure, that makes sense.
Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and do appointments and resignations. We also have Board of Registrar appointments, and then we have the presentation by the school department. With the board's permission, I wanted to move up the discussion about the town election and town meeting to right after the school presentation. So for Lucy's benefit, because she's going to be part of the registrar discussion, but also part of the election and town meeting, and also Robert, if he's on this call. Robert Floyd, yeah. So is that okay with everybody?
Sure.
I'm fine
Does
with
anybody
that.
have any other suggestions in terms of the order? Okay, so appointments and resignations. Could I just ask a general question of Ed? Have these positions been publicized? Is that typically done? And have the committees endorsed the reappointments?
They have not been advertised. I think these are all reappointments of people that are currently on the boards. The only, let's say,
I know the Council of Aging and also the another one.
Council of Aging has weighed in on their appointments. There are some on here really that don't appoint the boards. You know, like the building commissioner alternate, the electrical inspectors, gas and plumbing inspectors, the veteran service officer, veterans graves officer. Board of Health has chimed in on the fence viewer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought there were 2 fence viewers. Is what they staggered terms?
I would have to go back and look. This is a partial list. Judy had sent out letters of interest to see of those appointees that were expiring come July 1st of who was interested and who was not in being reappointed, and they come back at different times. So rather than waiting all till the next meeting, this is, like I say, the beginning of the list.
Okay, that sounds great. Would one of the board members like to read the appointments or the appointments resignations?
Sure, I'll read them.
Thank you.
Okay. Tom Quinlan, temporary building commissioner, term to expire July 31st, 2020. Ronald Bednards, electrical inspector alternate, term to expire 6/30/21. James R. Fisher, electrical inspector, term to expire 6/30/2021. Ronald Lauren, building commissioner alternate, term to expire 6/30/21. Anthony Logren, gas and plumbing inspector alternate, term to expire 6/30/2021. Gerald Paquette Jr., veteran service officer, term to expire 6/30/2021. William Wells, veterans grave officer, term to expire 6/30/2021. Nicole Fletcher, fence viewer, term to expire 6/30/2021. Charlie Kanicki, emergency management director, term to expire 6/30/2021. Charlie Kanicki, agricultural commission, term to expire 6/30/2023. Charlie Kanicki, capital improvement committee, term to expire 6/30/2023. James Palermo, council on aging, term to expire 6/30/2023. Joanne Alderman, council on aging, term to expire 6/30/2023. Brittany Taylor, Conservation Commission, term to expire 6/30/2023. Judy Taylor, Cultural Council, term to expire 6/30/2023. Diana Fetterman, Open Space Review Ad Hoc Committee, term to expire 6/30/2023.
Now,
Randy,
Did
I think
you?
there was one. I think there was one missing. Sorry, I didn't hear Thomas Sears.
Yeah, I noted that too.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. Thomas Sears, Gas and Plumbing Inspector, term to expire 6/30/2021. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Any discussion?
And just one note, I do want to remind the board that Charlie Kinnicky for the Emergency Management Director position has said that he would not be interested in continuing in that unless he was to receive a stipend or pay.
Should we hold off on that one then?
You may want to.
That's a separate discussion.
Yeah. Okay. Matt, did the Capital Improvement Committee vote to reappoint Charlie to the Capital Improvement Committee?
No.
Okay.
We haven't had a meeting, so we couldn't have taken that vote.
Okay.
Not,
Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to
Okay.
speak for him, but we haven't had a meeting in a long time.
Okay. So these are reappointments. So we're sure that all these people are interested in being reappointed, right?
Yes, they have already responded back to Judy positively,
Okay.
or
Good.
to me.
Okay. So what would the board like to do?
Well, wait, I just got a procedure question here. I mean, in the case of Charlie, I mean, you brought up an important thing here. Like, I mean, so to play devil's advocate here, did the Council on Aging accept James Palermo and Joanne Alderman?
Yes.
Yes or
But
no?
Matt, the appointments are made by the select board. I don't know that it's a
Yep.
requirement that the committees actually vote. I'm just asking.
Okay, I assume that you were calling out a process here by asking about Charlie with the Capital Improvement Committee.
No, I know that some of them have. That's all I was wondering.
Okay.
If in fact all of the people I was just wondering if all these people, even the electrical inspectors and plumbers, if their term expired, were they asked and they agreed, yes, they want to continue on, or was it just a presumption that all of them are just up for renewal and so let's appoint them all? I just wanted to find out. Because I know some of the committees, I'm the liaison to Council of Aging, and I know that they and also the Open Space did vote to reappoint or to recommend to the Select Board that they be reappointed.
Well, let me just ask this question. What if we're fine with them being on the committee, but the committee itself isn't fine with it?
Well, that's a very good question. I mean, I can say that since I've been on the board, there was
I
the
can't hear you
opposite.
now. Oh, I can now. Sorry.
Since I've been on the board, I don't know, John, what your experience is, but we had a situation early on where one of the committees did endorse a member, and, in open session, usually people come in and have a few words. In this particular case, a member of a committee came in, spoke about why she was interested in being reappointed to the board. The committee did endorse her, and our select board voted not to reappoint her.
Well, I guess what I'm just asking is we're reappointing all of these people, but what if the committee doesn't want those people to be reappointed? I mean, is there a procedure, order of operations here that needs to take place with this, or not?
Ed, you want to speak to that?
I would say the discussion would have to be between the committee or the committee chair and the select board of what or why they don't feel that person should be appointed. If the select board feels they should be appointed, just to get a feedback of why. Is it justified? Is it a realistic reason? Is it just personalities or what have you?
Yeah, and just a note that oddly enough, the bylaws committee had been drafting, and I believe was circulating a bylaw about membership and appointed officials, membership of boards and committees, which has been ratified by everybody because it kind of fell at the same time as we kind of suspended our in-person meetings, but we actually have a draft bylaw talking about this issue.
Okay. So is this, so there isn't currently a bylaw regarding this?
No.
No.
I think there's a practice, though, of committees making recommendations of candidates to the select board. There's no obligation on the select board's part of approving those candidates. They're basically recommendations. And so you assume that the people whose names are on this list have been recommended to the select board to fill these positions. But in the case that Matt brings up, there was no meeting on the capital improvement committee.
And there probably wasn't for many of these individuals, to be honest. I mean, let's be serious.
Well, most of the ones that are committees, there have been. I mean, Council of Aging, Conservation Commission, and Open Space did address this in their committee meetings. So if you'd feel more comfortable in having a capital improvement committee or in some way.
I don't. I personally don't, but I just want to make sure that we're not usurping whatever procedure and process we might have in place. I mean, it just seems a little weird.
Yeah.
That's all. It doesn't matter. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, Rainey, the example you referred to before, and I kind of think ties in with what Matt's saying. If the committee brings a person forward and then we vote on it, that's fine. But it was a little tough, I think, on that particular person, that when they got there, we voted no. So you don't want to embarrass anybody. So maybe by having the committees tell us that they're interested in having that person, when we vote on it here, it'll be easy. Because if they're not interested, it won't show up on our agenda, correct?
Right.
Yeah. So these people are volunteering. I would hate to embarrass somebody along the way.
I agree.
So what does the board want to do then?
I move to approve all of the positions with the exception of, wasn't there one that we didn't want to accept?
Well, the emergency management director we talked about.
Yeah, the EMD, because that, I mean, we're on, my opinion on that is we're not going to be discussing payment on that until we discuss our budget, but that's my opinion on that. So we got to leave Charlie Kinnicky out, emergency management director. So approve them all. I move to approve them all except for the EMD.
Second.
Okay, so Matt and then John Martin. Any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor, roll call.
Tishman, aye.
All's aye.
Roland, aye.
Martin, aye.
Roden, aye. All right, thank you.
While we're on this subject, because you brought it up, Rini, before, are the issues that were clearly announced by PQB, where we inadvertently and obviously unintentionally usurped a couple of procedures and policies, or all of that, is everything that was decided in that meeting invalidated? Should we take all of that back?
What's that?
Should we undo anything that we might have done, given that we usurped an entire committee? I don't know is that we voted on anything that would have any type of an outcome anyways, because. Well,
we did. We voted to allow everybody to have an extra carryover of a week vacation. So we have to invalidate that because that is the job of PQB, and they're going to do it on an individual basis. We also recommended, I think there was a vote 3-2 to look into a stipend for the emergency management director of $1,000 a month for up to, I think, 3 months.
But only if it was going to be supplied by a grant, which you got to pay the guy before you can go after a grant.
75% reimbursement by MEMA was the way it was suggested.
Okay. We should probably undo that too.
Yeah, because here's the memo from the PQB, and it's dated September 28th, 2019. The PQB was asked by Mr. Charlie Kinnicky to score the emergency management director position at the September 19, 2019 meeting. The PQB believes that the select board wants to make the EMD position a paid town employee position. If the above is correct, the select board will have to follow the following procedure: job description, have it be approved by PQB, scored, pay range. The select board designee will submit to PQB the traditional RFP and all of that. And then they'll publicize it, interview candidates, and then fill out, once the PQB Finance Committee and select board approve, then the person can start working as a town employee. So they're basically saying that it's not considered a contract stipend position. It should be a town employee position. So I did look into with Vicky, there are only 2 stipend positions in town. One is the animal inspector and one of them is the veteran agent. The town tree warden is actually an elected position. So their recommendation, and you're the liaison to PQB, so maybe, I don't know if you want to bring it up next time or whatever, is that it be a position. I think there's some disagreement about whether or not it needs to go through PQB if people are thinking a stipend, but that's where it stands.
So Randy, can I ask a question here?
Sure.
If it says Charlie Knickie is not interested in being the EMD unless there is compensation, we're coming up to July 1st in a couple of weeks. So that will effectively mean we won't have an EMD. So I think we need to make some kind of fallback provisions to make sure that work is covered, because obviously we're still in the COVID-19 process here.
Right.
Yeah, I would say it should default to the fire chief, like it does in other towns.
Well, I don't want to speak for the fire chief, but when it's in other towns, as far as I found out, there is some compensation for that to take over that position. So we need to, and I would say Randy and Ed could talk to the fire chief and decide if that's the way to go.
Okay. I think I want to get back to Ed's, Matt's original question. Do we have to inactivate any of the actions that we did? I don't know if it's required of a vote, but I do think we need to scratch the approval of the vacation. Right now, I think the vote was in favor of the stipend position. And then the other issue had to do with the vacation.
And before you move on with that, just 2 things. One is, who made the motion to appoint everyone and who seconded?
I made the motion to appoint everyone except for the EMD.
I seconded it.
Okay, John, okay. Now, on the other matter, before you undo the vacation one, I just want to remind the select board that there is a group of employees that PPB doesn't approve vacation carryover for. 2 of those are the police union and the dispatch union, where that is left to the chief's discretion. And then the other is individuals under personal service contracts, such as the town administrator, the town accountant, the police chief. All of their vacation carryover is approved by the select board.
That's the
What
fire
about the
chief
fire,
also?
fire chief?
What's that?
Fire chief also?
Uh,
He's under contract.
He's under contract. I'd have to go back and take a look at his, but I know the TA, the town accountant, and the fire chief. It's all in their contracts.
Okay, so would it suffice to just amend the vote from last time to say that we approve a 1-week carryover in any employee that we have oversight of their vacation time, and defer to the PQB for the remaining individual request?
I would say that except for the ones that you have individual oversight over, or there is a different provision in their collective bargaining agreement, and that everyone else has to submit to the PPPB.
I move on that.
And I'll second it.
So
All those in
do we have a
favor?
list of these people? Do we know who these people are that, once we pull out the ones that PQB has no say over, how many that leaves?
Well, if you take out the ones in the collective bargaining agreements that it's up to the police chief, you've either got 3 or 4 that are left.
Right, yeah.
Any further questions? Okay, all those in favor? Roll call.
Tishman, aye.
Roland, aye.
Martin, aye.
Roden, aye. Thank you. So that's the one about vacation. I think the one about Tom Quinlan and the temporary position, that is on, we just approved a temporary position for him. That was decided by our attorney as well as others that does have to go through the regular process of town employees. So we already voted to make his position a temporary building commissioner. And then the other issue has to do with the EMD. And as of right now, the vote stands. I just wanted to bring your attention to the memo from the PQB who feels that it really should be a regular town employee if that's the way we want to go.
Yeah, but just to be clear, it's the vote stands. I get it, but there's no way of actually funding that procedurally, because we were going to be funding it out of if we got relief funding from the state. But according to Ed in our last meeting, you can't get relief funding unless you've already paid for it. So it can't be, you can't apply for funds for this position if you haven't already paid it. So we're not going to prepay it.
There was also a public health grant that I believe, Ed, you were going to look into, or somebody's going to look into, that we already got. What was it, $8,000, $9,000 to see if it could come from there?
No,
That's the Board of Health.
yeah, it cannot. Yeah, but I was going to put in for the CARES Act funding for this, which that would be eligible if they accept it.
Okay, and
Yeah,
that
but-
deadline is the 12th of June.
Yes, but can you ask for that without paying him? Because we didn't vote in favor of front paying.
That one we can.
Okay.
What we voted to approve was contingent on a funding source.
Yes.
That was the end of the discussion.
And the funding source was not our general fund. It was a outside
Right.
funding source.
Right.
That's what we voted on.
Yes,
And it was only
That's
for 3
great,
months.
too.
It was a 3-month,
Right.
it was only.
3-month deal pending an outside funding source from the state.
Just to clarify it, I made the motion. I believe we said the public health, CARES, FEMA, and MEMA, or any other one that was there.
Sure.
Yes, we did.
Outside funding source.
We were very, specific, yes.
Okay, so that can still stand, and I think we can look forward to how we want to address it as an ongoing position or whatever. Right now, the motion still stood and vote to actually approve it for 3 months, pending outside funding source that doesn't have to come out of the operating budget up front. And according to the CARES Act funding does not require that. There is up to $500,000 available to Southampton pending. They submit, excuse me, and I believe the deadline is Friday the 12th. Right, Ed?
Yes, it was originally last Friday, and then last Thursday in the afternoon, they gave us another week.
Okay, gave the whole state a week.
Yes,
Yeah.
everyone.
Okay, is everybody clear about sort of where we are with those 3 issues?
But just a point of clarity, if we apply for this CARES Act money or other money and we don't have a response by July 1, does that mean that we need to have a backup plan, which could be the fire chief?
Yeah, I think it needs to be on the agenda for next, we're not going to
Yes.
find out about the
Yes.
funding for the
Okay.
employee, but
All
I
right.
think we're going to need to have it on the agenda for next time.
So
Okay.
Maureen, can I offer a suggestion?
Sure.
We're not meeting for 2 weeks. Is this something that we could ask Ed to talk to the fire chief on, or you talk to the fire chief, so at the next meeting, we'll know whether he's interested or not?
Yeah, sure. If you're willing to do that, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
I mean, I know in his contract, it does involve emergency management service or oversight of the ambulance, but I think we can all go back and reread the language of his contract. And I don't know if this came up at the last meeting, John, or not, but you mentioned just now that you contacted some other departments and found out that they have a stipend. Is that something that you just found out about since last meeting?
What are you talking about? I'm not sure what you're saying, Reedy.
So you meant, well, let's just suspend that. We're going to talk about it in the future anyway in terms of the emergency management position in town, so I'll just hold it for then. Are we all good about what we undid and what still stands?
I'm fine.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about the Board of Registrar appointments. So so the Board of Registrars is a group that, I don't know, Lucy, if you would like to say a couple words about the role of the Board of Registrars. I will say that by the actions tonight, we're kind of undoing or fixing and following procedure that hasn't been followed for some time.
Yep.
Pardon?
I said that's correct.
Yeah, so we haven't really been following, and this precedes, Lucy, the actual intent of the structure and also function of the registrars. So,
Who are the appointees?
I'm going to ask Ed to speak to the process and who's been nominated by the chairs of the political committee, the Republican Democratic committee chairs in town. So I'll ask Ed to, I just didn't know if you wanted to say a word about the role of them in terms of our appointments.
Well, the role is supposed to be helping out with elections, certifying names on nomination papers, basically, helping out with elections. And I'm not sure what the procedure was before me, but we weren't following it to the T. So this was brought up, and we're trying to fix this. So moving forward, we have actual Board of Registrars meetings, and them coming to elections if needed. So that's basically, part of their job, or not job. I mean, they used to be paid, but that is no longer the case. So it is a volunteer, not appointed position. So I don't want to spend a lot of time because there's a lot. I mean, if you look up Board of Registrars on Mass.gov, you'll see what their position is. So I believe there's 2 from the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I'll let Ed go ahead and give us the names. I just wanted you to tell a little bit about the responsibilities of the registrars. And I think their role is going to be increasingly important because with the increase in absentee ballots, increase in advance voting, these are the people that sign off on the signatures and compare it to the town records to make sure that they're registered voters in town. So I'll just ask Ed to give us a little bit of, because Ed did talk to both of the chair of the Republican Party in town and chair of the Democratic, and have us get us started on the appointments.
Okay.
And basically under a normal timeline back in around March, the town administrator on behalf of the select board would send out a certified letter to the chair of the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, because the statute calls for the 2 main parties to be contacted and given opportunities to submit from a duly called parties committee meeting the name of up to 3 nominees. And that was done, and basically the Democratic Party met and they made the nomination suggestion for 3 individuals: Michael O'Neill of 19 Gun Road Extension, John Pierre Crevier of 39 Crooked Ledge Road, and Sylvia Galvin of 139 Fulmer Road. The Republican Party nominees were William Walden, 21 Fulmer Road, and Mark Perez of 200 County Road. And we have somewhat of a unique situation. Under normal circumstances, there are 4 individuals who make up the Board of Registrars. The town clerk is one of those, so there are 3 other ones if you consider that to be outliers. And normally they would all fall due in different years. And in this particular case, for however it ended up working out, everybody's is coming due. So we're also trying to put them back on a staggered list for 3 terms. Now, the parameters are that the actual Board of Registrars be balanced as much as possible between the 2 main parties, the Democratic and the Republican. Our current town clerk is registered unenrolled, so doesn't really count. I'm gonna, theoretically, if our town clerk was registered Democrat, the board would only be able to appoint 1 other Democrat and up to 2 Republicans. Under no circumstances, even counting the town clerk, can 1 party represent more than 2 of a particular one of those 2 main parties. So those are the nominees. I will tell you that the other individual that is currently on the Board of Registrars was Joyce Guypack. Her term is expiring as of June 30. Joyce was an unenrolled.
And Ed, the parties did, the chairs, not the actual committees, did propose a number 1, number 2, and so forth, right?
Yes, they did.
Okay. So what would the committee like to do? Would anybody like to make a nomination?
Can I just say something real quick? Maury, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Yep.
I just wanted to say that, moving forward, I would like this to get, back on track where we're running things, in a correct manner. The past has been the way I've been doing the procedure as I was, brought into this position. So moving forward, the Board of Registrars will be having a meeting. They will be certifying, they have been certifying nomination papers. If I can't get in touch with somebody to certify, then they were, I was calling another registrar. So moving forward, we can get back on track with a procedure which is in a correct way.
Great,
That's all I
thanks.
want.
Yeah, thanks. And I think the way it was done is just, no harm, no malintent.
Right,
It was
no.
just, it might have just been not knowing the way it is. So we're just sort of getting back on the staggered terms and,
Yeah.
read up about, what their role is and how we're supposed to go ahead and, put forth names and so forth. So thanks, Lucy.
And Ed, of the names that you have, who are the people who have served in the past as a registrar?
The 2 current registrars on the 2 nominees list are William Walden, representing the Republican Party, and Jean-Pierre Crevier, representing the Democratic Party.
Okay.
Yep, that's correct.
Would someone like to make a nomination?
Are we going to nominate for each term, the 1 year, 2 year, 3 year? Is
Yeah,
that how we're doing it?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's start with the 3-year term.
Okay. I would nominate Sylvia Galvan for the 3-year term.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Tishman, aye.
Fowles eye.
Roland, aye.
Martin, aye.
And Groden, aye.
Thank you.
Okay, representative for the 2-year term, can I have a nomination?
Who we at?
I'll nominate Jean-Pierre Crevier.
Is there a second? Is there another nominee? Is there either a second to that one or another nominee?
The third nominee is Michael O'Neill for the Democratic Party.
Lucy, there are 3 nominees for the Democratic Party. I'm looking for a second
Correct.
nominee for a 2-year term. Do I have a nomination for a second nominee for a 2-year term?
And who are the Republican? William Walden?
William
and
Walden.
Mark Perez.
Okay, I would nominate Mark Perez.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
I'm confused. Are you doing Democratic and Republican at the same time? Are you doing Republican for 3
We're
years?
doing it by the 3, 2, and 1-year term, starting with
Okay.
the 3-year term, going to 2, and then to 1. So I'm just asking for nominations. We know that we can't have more than 2 party nominees per registrar. So I'm just, so we're taking all nominees. So we have a motion and we have a second for Mark Perez. Any discussion?
But for how many years for Mark Perez? That's what I'm asking.
It's a 2-year term.
The 2-year or 3 year?
Yep,
2 years.
it's a 2-year term.
Okay.
Randy, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Are we trying to nominate a Republican and a Democrat for each of the 3 terms there?
That's what I
No,
was
it's a
trying to
total
get
of
at.
4 people for the committee, and we're nominating 3 individuals. A 3-year person, a 2-year person, and a 1-year person. And we can't have more than, we can't nominate all 3 Democrats.
Okay, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Right.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for Mark Perez from the Republican Party. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Roland, aye.
All right.
Fishman, aye.
Roden, aye. Okay, thanks. Can I have a nomination then for the 1-year term?
I nominate Mike O'Neill.
Mike O'Neill, is there a
Mike
second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Roland,
Aye.
aye.
That was all together.
Fowles eye.
Fishman, aye.
Roland, aye.
Martin, aye.
Roten, aye. All right, thank you. Then it's Sylvia Galvin for a 3-year term, Mark Perez for a 2-year term, Michael O'Neill for a 1-year term, and Lucy rounds out the 4 registrars. And their appointment, is this immediate or are we starting at July 1st? Because it was actually supposed to happen, I think, April.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, in this case, they would all start on July 1st because that's where, when the existing appointees' terms expire.
Yep. Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody.
But the
Thank
terms will only go to March 31st, so the new ones will be appointed as of April 1st going forward.
Right.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
We're going to have the presentation by Aaron Osborne and the school administrative team at both Hampshire Regional and Norris Elementary.
Great. So,
Okay.
with,
Thank you for your patience, everybody.
oh, okay.
Maybe could those of us not speaking mute our microphones here?
Am I up?
You are. I can't see
So
you on video, but
Okay.
can everybody else?
I'm on video.
Yep.
My
Okay.
video should be on. So we don't have an actual presentation. I don't know. When
Okay.
this was brought to us, it was framed as a discussion that people
Okay.
had some questions about the sort of fiscal environment, and we're prepared to discuss that.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, let me just say that I learned at the last regional school committee meeting about some of the funding concerns that they had going forward as a result of the pandemic and the impact on the state's budget and what that would mean for local school districts. And so with that, I thought best that we hear the news from the source and let them explain the situation and what their thinking is and how they're going to conduct business going forward.
Yep.
So thank you.
So I guess I will start sort of from high level and then let Bobby and or the principals speak to any details or specific items to their budget. I think the unfortunate reality is that there is no specifics to this. So there are rumors floating through that there could be cuts in Chapter 70 funding. And I have heard rumors that range from 2% to 20%. There is no final. My understanding is that the legislature, both branches of the legislature, are working together to rebuild the budget from the ground up. The likely first cuts to funding from DESE for educator funding from the state for education would likely hit the Student Opportunity Act first. That was an approved additional tranche of funding for education that provided additional funding for some of the school districts with sort of the biggest low income special education and ELL issues. We, because of our status as a hold harmless district as it relates to Chapter 70 and sort of our poverty status and things like that, didn't qualify for any additional Student Opportunity Act. So that's, honestly a bit of a blessing at this point because that would be the first piece that might be cut. There are a couple other, in addition to the direct funding, there are a couple other provisions that I would expect might be cut first. One of the items that they had been working to fund was transportation reimbursement for special education students. So it's very likely that transportation reimbursement will either be severely cut or won't happen. So the Student Opportunity Act is subject to two things. There's a 7-year roll-in period, and it's entirely subject to appropriations, as everything is. So it's very likely that, those are some items that might be cut. Another item under the same provision is some grants that hadn't been identified yet, but those are grants that hadn't existed before, so therefore, those might not, impact us. It would have been an opportunity for some more funding later down the road. So now, so I think we're pretty reserved that most of that is going to be off the table. We had hoped for that transportation reimbursement money, maybe some boosts to circuit breaker and some boosts to general transportation reimbursement at the regional level. However, again, I don't think we built the backbone of our budget on those. So I think we're going to be relatively okay there. The question is going to come how deeply they decide to cut into things like Chapter 70. And like I said, that is very up in the air. A 2% cut is one thing, a 20% cut is another. And there's no way of telling where that's going, where that's going to land right now. The other piece is, I think many of you have seen items that will surely impact us on the expense side that have yet to be sort of discovered either. We're waiting on guidance from the Commissioner of Education around some of the requirements we'll face going back to school in September. Some of those are going to include masks and social distancing. We just placed our first district-wide, so all of the schools of Hampshire regional requests for masks to cover us for 6 weeks. I believe one of those light items was for a 6-week period was it's thousands, 1,700 masks, other things that we hadn't planned for on the expense side. There have been a lot of rumors about transportation and how transportation will change. We certainly wouldn't be able to fill buses under this scenario. So we're going to have to look at what that might mean for transportation. And then social distancing in classrooms. There are going to be requirements as to probably the number of students that can be in a single classroom. The number being floated around right now is 10. That may change before August. It may change before the commissioner's guidance. 10 students per classroom would change many things. We have reasonable sized classes, but we certainly have more than 10 in all of our classes, which would mean pretty much every classroom would have to in some way, shape, or form be split. There is talk of, under a scenario like that, to include the transportation issue, the potential for school districts choosing to go A and B weeks. So half the students would come in week A, half the students would come in week B. The reality of that is, and we fully understand it, that impacts working families tremendously. So the challenge is, if we were to double the number of classrooms, that doubles the number of teachers. There's just a straight up numbers issue. So we're really challenged with that. If we have to drastically increase transportation costs, if we have to drastically increase classroom teachers, or our ability, we don't know how many teachers and or students will struggle to return or not be able to return based on the current situation. I know that there are concerns already in the community about students coming back to school. And I'm trying to think, guidance-wise, I think that's really the bulk of what we're looking at. We do have a reopening task force together. We are meeting regularly, so the task force is meeting roughly weekly. The senior leadership team has added a weekly meeting to discuss reopening, to sort of dovetail our efforts with that. And our goal is to start working on a plan to reopen in the fall. The reality is there's not a lot of real traction we can get on that until the commissioner provides his guidance again, which is expected to come in about a week. I think he's targeting the 15th.
There was the other additional cost of sanitizing the school on an ongoing basis, which would be, I think, a rather significant expense that we right now don't have.
Agreed. And that dovetails with the some of the AB days. We're having conversations about, one group of students will be there for a week, and then we probably need to do a heavy sanitation at the end of that week. It will be largely the same students in those classrooms, and we certainly would do some cleaning during the week. But then at the end of that week, with a whole new round of students coming in, with only 2 days in between, I think we'd really want to do a deep cleaning of those schools and what that's going to look like. So yes, thank you for bringing that up.
Aaron, I have a question. Who's on this task force? What is who's makes
okay,
it up?
So right now it is the senior leadership team and a group of educational leaders. As we get guidance from the commissioner, it is our intent to expand that into maybe some community members, boards of health, and other resources throughout the region.
So is it a state task force at this point, or is it a
No, this is just Hampshire regional.
Okay.
One of the real challenges is there is no structure for this. So the commissioner has a task force at the state level. So we're preparing some of the items that we're preparing the items that we hope to answer, some of those questions, the major concerns we might have around reopening. Hopefully the commissioner's guidance will answer some of those, and then we will go out and we will seek answers to those questions, and that will help guide us towards a plan for opening. So transportation, what might it cost if we have to look at the following two options?
Sure. So who specifically is on this task force, and how is it made? How is it determined?
So it is the senior leadership team, which is all of the principals, our director of special education, our director of curriculum, our health coordinator. I'm trying to think.
Union representation as well.
All of the union presidents, or there's a representative. They've assigned a representative. Thank you. I was thinking of any other central office. Kim Florek and Bobby are on it, but they're not going to necessarily be in every meeting. We're going to be looking to them for resources.
Okay.
Just out of respect for their time, that not every item is really going to impact them.
Does the board mind if I ask a few more questions?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. So I've read some of the stuff that's been coming out, Aaron, too, and I recognize how challenged you folks all are with this. It's going to be an incredible undertaking.
Thank you.
And any help that we can offer, like, I'm sure that we'd love to be involved. I mean, the overall, you know, so, I mean, I have a few questions with regard to this. Like, in the event that you went to A and B weeks, is the proposition that how are you going to get in 180 days per kid?
That would need, that would require something from the state. I'm not 100% sure whether the Commissioner of Education can override the 180 days. We also have hours, 900 hours at the elementary level and 990 at the middle and high school level. I believe the legislature would have to, I believe under the state of emergency, the governor was able to bypass that this year, but I would think that next year they would need some sort of act from the legislature. I believe the 180 days and hours are both part of Mass General Law.
Yeah, okay. And then I guess my other, this is overarching. I'm not sure that I have really too many other questions, but here's just how I think about these things, because I mean, I can't, you know, I can't fathom how you guys are going to figure this out, but if it, I'll just kind of talk about how I'm thinking about this. Like, and I'm kind of speaking a little bit for the citizens of Southampton. Like, at the end of the day, the sooner this information gets put out to the parents, mainly who are the people that are involved with this, but also the citizens of Southampton secondarily, and I'll explain why in a minute, the more important that is. And so, and I think that in order for everyone to have an accurate picture of this, they need to, there needs to, ideally there would be options, and we could figure out a way to source what the best option is for everyone involved. But I think that one of those options needs to be, and I'm saying this because I know that we talk about this a lot in our meetings, and you come to a few of our meetings before, and we all talk about our budget issues, and we all talk about how we have limited funds, and we're all doing the best we can across all of the town departments, but there is a real resource constraint there. And just in thinking out of the box, like, I think that for people to make an informed decision on this matter, especially when we're presumably talking about an entire year of childhood education, we need to know what the costs would be to try to do the most normal thing possible. And so what I mean by that is, like, I would personally want to see what it would cost the town to bring in trailers, to do dual busing, like to have the dual amount of teachers. Like, I think the citizens and the parents, like, need to see what that number is. So that way they can settle in on whatever the decision is. And then hypothetically, and probably an extreme case here, like, what if we wanted to support that? Like, what if somehow the populace of Southampton wanted to support that in some way, shape, or form, and just go for it and try to get through on an emergency year for 1 year? I don't think that people can make a decision, and I don't think that we should assume by making decisions for people that they wouldn't necessarily want to fund certain things and not fund others. I think everybody needs to have the accurate picture. So I guess with all of this, what I'm really trying to say, and I hate to task you folks with this, like, I do want to know what the cost of educating a kid is for 180 days per the normal schedule, taking into account that you need to do social distancing, meaning that if you got to double the classrooms, what does it cost? If you got to double the transportation, what does it cost? Double the teachers. Like, I want to see that.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think we can get a long way towards some of that. It would mean, you know, that there are two challenges. Obviously, money, and you can obviously, you know, we can ask for more money. The other challenge is just space and what we end up having to do and being able to do. You know, there are schools talking about reallocating physical education space, cafeteria space. Some of the conversations are around students eating in the classroom. So delivering meals to classrooms.
You can bring in trailers too, temporary trailers.
Right. So, you know, there are a number of options, and I think we definitely could look at that. You know, I think we'd largely been operating under the presumption that our budgets would stay roughly the same, but you know, we could explore that. I mean, I guess I would put it on the town then if that proposal is on the table, I would ask the town to have some discussions about how realistic that is and how far down that path they would like us to go. Meaning, if I spend the next 2 months working on numbers and figuring out logistics and things like that, only to find out that it just absolutely wasn't remotely an option, I'd like to hear that first. Because, that means, going and getting bids. We're going to be getting bids from trailer companies. We're going to be looking at how do we double our staff in a very short period of time. If we do all of this planning and August 15th, we get told that money isn't going to be available no matter what, we're going to be in a position where, we've spent a lot of time going down maybe a path that didn't make sense. And there's no way we're hiring staff, on August 15th to man schools September 1st. So I'm open to that. I think we're really open to that. And we can have that conversation, but I think I'd ask that become a two-way street. Does that make sense?
It does.
In fairness, that we talk about how realistic that is.
Can I just say?
I'm happy to hear from the principals as well. And
Sorry, Elisa.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Can I ask a question to Ed?
Mm-hmm.
Ed, the grant that you are applying for, that the deadline is on June 12th, which is Southampton is eligible for over $500,000. Could the school have funding from that grant?
The Nora school could, and they've already actually put in, Bobby has sent me their information for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but if they're doubling everything.
Right. I think we already have some COVID-related expenses that Bobby is sharing with the towns as we're able to.
Sure, but as Ed alluded to earlier in the meeting, it sounds like we can put in for things that are anticipated expenses based on what the information that we have today. And if that's the case, I mean, why aren't we putting in for doubling the classrooms, doubling the teachers, doubling the transportation?
Well, because you would be way over the $500,000 level.
Wouldn't that increase our allocation? I get that, but wouldn't that just increase the amount that we could go for? I mean, aren't we going for 500,000? That doesn't mean we're going to get 500,000.
I would hope we would go for
more and get more.
We're eligible for $546,000.
Can't hear you, Maureen.
Rini, you're muted.
Right.
You're muted.
Thank you. This is the CARES Act funding, and it's available for Southampton specifically. I'm just wondering, I think the principals have been trying to say some things.
Yeah,
Can we hear
please.
from, can we hear from the principals?
the only thing I was going to say for now is, I think I hate waiting, but I think the next set of guidance is supposed to be out on June 15th, which is only, 5-6 days away? And what if the commissioner says you can't have 500 kids on campus? 500 kids on campus at the same time. So instead of starting to go down that road and getting all these numbers, I think we wait until the commissioner, that can be, I see Matt's face.
Yeah. I mean, you got a plan. We've got to have 3 or 4 options.
I agree. I've already thought about, splitting my gym into 4 and my cafeteria into 4 and looked at number of classrooms and 10 kids per class. How many can I get to? I'm at about 37 and I probably would have to get to 40, and maybe with some creativity, we could use other spaces. It's doable in the space wise with a trailer or 2 maybe. But I don't want to hire substitutes either. I would want to hire certified teachers, because how do I tell, Matt Rowland that his kiddo is going to have a substitute, but another kiddo in Matt Rowland's class gets to get the certified teacher? That's not gonna, it's just as good as being virtual, right? I mean, we might as well just do half a week, 1 week on and 1 week off.
Well, no, there is arguments to be, I don't want to personally argue this, but there's arguments to be made there. I mean, the economic consequences of 1 week on and 1 week off are unbelievable. And I know that. Yeah, I agree with you. But I mean, just speaking for me personally, to have somebody to teach my kid that can run through a curriculum that's been literally spoon-fed by a certified teacher, I would vote for that, not twice on Sunday, than to have 8 people. My kid only goes to school 90 days. Like,
Yeah.
It certainly sounds like a nightmare for parents, that's for
Yeah.
sure.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Kristen,
yeah.
Eliza, did you want to say anything else before we turn over to Kristen?
I just want to say that, we have been touching that line of net school spending for several years. And I know that any cuts that we are going to come up with are just going to devastate Norris School. And I think you probably already know that. But, we were faced with something very unusual, unlikely, devastating this school year on March 13th when we were told we were going to be out of school. I never imagined in a million years that we would be out for the rest of the school year. And the teachers turned that over in a weekend and started to get online on Monday, the 15th, 13th, 14th, the 16th, and, did the best that they can. I know it wasn't perfect, but we are thinking about next year. We have professional development on Monday, the 16th already, where we've already chosen only 2 online platforms for kids, because I know it's been hard for parents when we've had, if you have a 2nd grader, a 3rd grader, and a 6th grader, as a parent, you were trying to learn 3 different platforms because we had never done online teaching before. So now we're definitely moving to Seesaw in grades K to 3 and Google Classroom in grades 4 to 6. So if this happens again, or if we have to start the school year virtually or remotely, teachers will be much more prepared. And if we're together in the fall, teachers are going to start teaching in the classroom with those platforms, so kids know what to do when they get home, and then the pressure is not on the parents so much like it was this time. So, if you hear anything, please just thank everybody, because I know it was hard on parents, hard on teachers, and hard on kids. And I think, graciously, everybody kind of did the best that they could do. So.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
I know being in healthcare, it's really hard because you want to plan, but it's like planning on quicksand. You're constantly dealing with changing scenarios. So it sounds like the 15th or the upcoming commissioner's directive is going to be pretty important. So some of the decisions may have to wait until there's some state direction. I'm going to ask Kristen Smitty to say something. And just so you know, I can't see anybody. So if I'm referring to anybody that doesn't have video, please, Ed, let me know, okay?
All right.
Thanks, Maureen. Yeah, so Matt, when you suggested that we look kind of broader, it was a breath of fresh air, because I think that the community is really going to need to come together to figure out how to make this as normal as possible. Just looking at transportation alone, like if we're limited to a certain number of students on a bus when we're used to triple or quadruple that size, it could be that we're asking families to transport their as a favor, and because I know that we're obligated to provide transportation, but if it's something that families could do that could save us hundreds of thousands of dollars, I know that as a mom who has a kid going into kindergarten, that's something that we're gonna have to work out as a family to help our whole community be able to weather this storm. Because if we have to make significant cuts, or if the education of our students is going to suffer, that's gonna take years to recover. And so I think that is understood by everyone. And I think that it's really important for us to consider how we can work together and just make it work for the year, because cuts are not an option at this point. We're trying to come up with every possible scenario. And as Eliza has already said, we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves a bit. And I want to caution the community against reading too much into social media or the news, because I know that there's speculation as to what could happen, but we don't have that guidance yet. And so I can appreciate what other districts may be putting out there as options, but without having that firm guidance, we don't want to get too much ahead of ourselves. But I do know that we're going to be asking the community for any possible scenario. So for example, someone in my staff meeting today suggested having people donate their trailers as extra space for people to do X, Y, and Z. And so I know that this community is amazing and we can figure out some things. So stay tuned for a way for us to get that feedback from folks, because I think that we'll be able to pull off some stuff together, and then we will have to figure out revenue sources additionally.
Great. So several things. Responses that I have initially to that, all great ideas. What I've seen so far from the state is just an extreme lagging guidance. And so I hate to be overly pessimistic or negative, but the June 5th thing that comes out could literally just be chin music and not really any guidance at all. And so then are we waiting another 2 weeks? So all I want to just get out there are just my own independent thoughts, which are, we've got to develop some type of a framework. And even if that's without guidance, I think we're doing ourselves a disservice if hypothetically the guidance doesn't come out until 2 weeks before school. I think you all know that because we were dealing with that in the heat of the crisis, and hopefully the state gets better with issuing their guidance so it gives people an opportunity to plan. I don't think we've seen glimpses of that yet. All we've seen is that the guidance comes out the day before we're ready to roll. I mean, we're ready to roll on phase 1 and we know about phase 1 a day before. We're ready to roll on phase 2 and we know about that the day before. So the track record's not there for releasing concrete and thorough guidance in advance. So it makes me, just generally speaking, worried. So anything that you can do in that regard, I think would put a lot of people's minds at ease. But then secondarily, amazing points on what the community would be up for. I think though, in order to, if sell is the word, the community on this, they need to understand what the costs are. So like personally, I would totally be willing, if I could, if the schools and the principals and the superintendent and the home office said that, hey, we can do school for 180 days. We can make it look as normal for the kids as possible, but you guys got to all drive your kids to school. And you put that to the parents of the people in the school, they got to vote on that. I mean, can it be done? Or even if you could get 50% of them to say that they would drive their kid to school for the year, that would solve the problem, right? But you can't, you won't be able to pitch that unless people know, like, okay, what are the alternatives? The alternatives are on a week, off a week. The alternatives are, we got to get double the amount of teachers in. We got to get we have to know the costs of things so that we can make proper trade-offs. And then hopefully the trade-off ultimately is, and I think I speak for most of the parents, like not having 180 days of school on a regular calendar is the disaster. Like that is it. If we don't solve that, the trickle-down effects of that are going to be tremendous for everybody in every department across the state, everywhere. I mean, the negative consequences of that, like let's just forget about Southampton for a second. If everybody's going on a week off the state, you're looking at cuts the following year after that. The revenues are just not going to be there for any of this funding. So like, I hate to say that the pressure's on, but the pressure's on. Like, I mean, people need to be able to go back to work, and if they can't, it's just going to all trickle back down to our general funds and to our budgets. And I guess the last thing I'll say to this is that, and Ed, I'm naive to this. I'm the first one that will say my naiveness to this fact. But at the end of the day, this is an unprecedented time that calls for unprecedented measures. And, I'll say the boogie word right now, which is an override. I'm not sure how we would do it because I wouldn't necessarily want to override a budget and then have that override automatically default to the general fund in years. But I don't know if there's a way to secure any type of emergency funding for any of these types of things. And if we bucketed them out, we could maybe choose the best bucket where we did a debt exclusion, or we did something where, it took us a while to pay for this off, but once it's paid off, it comes off of people's taxes. So that it doesn't, an override trickles down to the general fund. At least I know that. But, again, it's another option for citizens to consider. And I really do think that we should be putting this to the citizens, not making, and this is why I'm really happy about this meeting. Like, I just want to make sure that Aaron, Principal Smitty, Principal Pluto, like, please don't assume that like the citizens of this town, like, can't or won't support the school and the children here, and that the citizens of this town won't necessarily try to figure this out. Like, but we can't figure anything out if decisions are being made for us and if we don't understand the cost of what the decisions are.
Thanks a lot, Matt. I can't even imagine what it must be like for the kids, not to mention the parents. I mean, it's not lost on me. Francine, you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say that, under the circumstances, I think they did a phenomenal job of keeping things going for the last 3 months. And I think there are some lessons learned. I'd like to hear what they might do again and what they might not do again. And that gives us some advantage, kind of looking ahead to next year. Because I think they were very creative in how they solved some of the situations and how they met the needs of the students. It may not have been 100%, but under the circumstances, it was probably as good as it could be. So I'd throw it open to you guys.
Does anybody from the school want to say anything more about anything about, the graduation or anything about plans? Is there anything else you'd like to say while you have our attention?
Thank you, Kristen.
Before I say anything, can I ask Matt a clarifying question about what his goal is or what he's thinking? Matt, I wonder, is the goal to have students in school so families can work? Is the goal to have students in school so they can have that direct instruction? Only because I've been thinking about what we have to do for next year, as Francine has said. And so I imagine that if the state does something like a week on and a week off, but we're still able to have students under the care of the school. So even if they're only under the direct instruction of the teacher for a week, but still under the direction of the school for the off week, is that what the goal is? Or is the goal 180 days of direct instruction with their certified teacher all the time? That's what I'm.
Yeah. So in my view of this, I'm not an educator and I'm not an expert at all, but the goals, in my opinion, the goals are very different depending on the grade level that you're talking about. And so, for instance, kids that are reading to learn, they need that direct instruction for 180 days. Kids that are learning to read, no, I'm sorry, I got it backwards. Kids that are learning to read need that instruction for 180 days. I mean, I'm not qualified to teach my kid how to read. I'm terrified of the proposition of trying to figure that out. I'm terrified of screwing it up, frankly. However, with kids that are already well read and that can read to learn, I think that it is slightly different, that they are computer literate, they are tech savvy, they've listened to their teacher in school and are good reporters. I mean, it sounds like you've got a young child as well. If you don't already know, you're going to learn. Kids, I mean, I only have the experience of a 7-year-old, but they're terrible reporters. Terrible. I mean, if you ask my kid what he did in school, he didn't do anything. He went to recess and didn't do anything. And I know that that's patently untrue. I have good contact with my teacher. I know exactly what he's doing on every given day, and I spoon feed it back to him. And he's like, oh, God. Of course, this is what we did. And you get him going. But I mean, so I do think that it's different. So the goal is, my first priority is we have to educate our kids that we can't marginalize this in terms of time in a year. A lost year is exactly that, a lost year. And you've backed all of the kids up on that spectrum. A kid can't lose a year of education, right? And I don't think it's good instruction. I don't think it's good quality instruction when it's homeschooling, because what will happen on A and B weeks is the reality is that parents are going to be forced to go back to work. It's going to be tasked to a nanny. It's going to be tasked to, maybe even another child, for that matter, a teenager. I mean, at the end of the day, it's likely to not get done. And so I think that it's different depending on the age of the kid. The high schoolers and maybe even the middle schoolers and maybe even 5th and 6th graders, they maybe have enough responsibility to where, you give them the work to do on the week. You've got to get it done. And oh, by the way, it's graded. And they got to get it done because there's the threat of grading and the pressure of that. But then when you're talking about kids that are in kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, maybe even 4th grade, there's got to be somebody there that's not only teaching the material and hopefully teaching it correctly, but then also actually making sure that it gets done. And I just don't see how that happens. So I think that, I think that it's different. I think that the goals are different. I think that, I don't even know if you can differentiate it. I doubt that it would be fair to do that, to somehow be we know where kids are at, we know what they need in different grade levels, and to be look, kids in kindergarten through 3rd grade, they need 100% instruction, but and we realign resources to be able to make that happen. But everybody, that's higher than that, and you guys determine where the line is. Maybe we can still do just as good of a job with some semblance of online instruction. I mean, my personal goal is not that we need to get working families back to work. It's primarily the education of the children and providing the best education possible. And I think that if we do that, then the rest can fall into place. But
Well, I think Norris and Hampshire Regional have a good track record for that, and I think they did a phenomenal job in incredibly difficult times. And I think that in terms of instruction, I think they're the experts on, what the needs of the kids are from an educational standpoint. I think, being, giving as much information to the public as possible and to parents, even if it's, shifting times. I know that's kind of what I've been dealing with the healthcare system. You still need to provide a lot of information. So I'm probably going to wrap up the conversation unless there's anybody from the school or select board that has anything else that they'd like to say. And I'd also like to know what kind of updates we can get. It's great to have you here, and I appreciate you coming back. I don't imagine you want to come back like often in the next couple of weeks. So what kind of mechanism can we get for hearing, in a couple of weeks after the commissioner's guidance? What kind of information can we get? Aaron.
We plan on having a community update go out in the next couple of days, talking a little bit about the progress of our reopening task force and some of the impacts, a little bit on budgetary impacts, as well as some of the what we expect to come out, prioritizing safety and things like that. So that will come out. I think we're going to look at it as a senior leadership team tomorrow, and then I'd like to, get it into a format that can be sent out via Swift K-12 and shared on my Facebook page, which I've been very remiss in updating recently. And then I don't know as though we have a specific communication plan. I think that would be one of the next things we work on. Is we have a COVID-19 webpage right now. I think what we might do is sort of roll that over into a reopening webpage to post information, documents, plans, and go from there. So I think we do want to make that information as available as possible and provide some timely updates. So be looking for something in the next few days, and then we will definitely look as soon as we get the commissioner's update to be able to provide something, at least in the way of we have it, we're working on it at the very least.
Great. Thanks very much, Aaron.
Sure.
Can I just,
Eliza. Yeah. Bobby, yep.
yeah, can I add something?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say that we as a district are looking at every possible thing. I just did a session with FEMA and our grants director to see what we could recapture for things such as the mobile units, that sort of thing. So their time frame for FEMA right now is only through August 30th. And I'm trying to get them, not that I have a lot of pull, but I'm trying to get them to consider the fact that we as a school district have to plan for students coming back. And that plan will, have expenses that they need to consider. I have a really good contact right now, I think, and he's willing to listen to that and open it up. So that's one thing. We do have an ESSER grant, which is part of the CARES Act, which will give our school, Hampshire Regional gets about 20,000, maybe 400, and Southampton's getting around 30,000, which would be applicable to any of those costs. However, if you get into the Chapter 70 monies and what they're going to cut or potentially cut, which DESE is not saying that that's happening, but the rumor mill says it's anywhere between 10 to 20 to 25%. You're talking about, let's just say for Hampshire Regional, if it was 25%, you're talking $850,000. A $20,000 grant is not going to help it.
Right.
And I tried to pull it up earlier for Southampton, but the site is down. So, and that would be directly to the town. So I'm just saying, we are definitely exploring absolutely every avenue that we can to bring in any revenue we're also planning in FY20 this year, the current year, to prepare for what might happen in FY21. We don't have a huge capacity to do so, but we are looking at every avenue we can to prepare us for the future. I just wanted to get that out there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bobby. Any other comments before we,
Yes.
so long and, yep.
Yes, this is Tammy. Tammy Williams, and my question is for Aaron. Aaron, is there any consideration of, since you guys did such a great job on doing the remote learning from the home, that we are able to continue that, so that or at least a few months into the year, so that we're not having that huge expense of the double transportation, the extra teachers. We know it's working. You guys need it work. Is there a way to keep that going until we can get into 2021 and have the school be up and running 100% and ready to go?
So keep it going in the fall. So pick it up in the fall as it was.
Yes.
If
I mean, at least for the regional, possibly. I understand Matt's concern with the kids learning to read and all that.
So instead of them actually coming to school, just staying entirely remote.
Correct.
So I will say,
our costs would go.
Right. There are, so Amherst, which is a little more tightly connected, they are looking, one of the proposals on the table for them, and this isn't definitive by any means, is to continue with middle and high school students doing remote learning and moving elementary school students to the middle and high school. So getting elementary school students in every day in that capacity, while middle and high school students continued remote. You know, again, that would take a little more sort of creativity on our part because they're a little more intertwined than we are. But I can't say, I would rather Kristen speak on that because, the middle high school's her building. And then there's, I think there is also the question of how long and that can be sustained. So, Kristen, do you want to speak on that?
Sure. Well, I think that we did the best we could. I think the challenge is with the kids that don't have internet. And so there were lots of resources being used delivering work to students. And because students didn't have internet, we were unable to do class-wide Zoom meetings or direct instruction over video conferencing because not everyone could access it and it would be inequitable. So one of the scenarios that I've played with is having students who don't have internet access at school all the time, whereas other kids are kind of cycling in and out.
Right.
The first step would be resolving that issue of students that can't go online, because I think if students could go all online, it would be much more feasible.
Kristen, are you still there?
I am.
Yeah, the audio went a little bit better, at least from where I sit. I didn't hear the tail end of what you just said.
Oh, sorry. I just said that if the first hurdle we would need to overcome is to try to figure out how to get every student online with high-speed internet so they could participate in video conferencing, because if our teachers could do direct instruction remotely, I think that it would be much more feasible for us. And so it's not out of the question. We just have to overcome that hurdle first, and then I think we could continue to go down that path.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Kristen.
I have one additional comment. I have one additional comment to that.
Okay, last comment, everybody, so we can move on. Go ahead, Matt.
Sure. So, I don't want to be dismissive of this. This came on us real fast, and everybody did an unbelievably amazing job going online. And both at the high school level and at the elementary school level, I was heartwarmed by the speed in which that took place. And Eliza, I saw this in my child with his teacher, an unbelievably amazing job. And we did that through a crisis moment where we had very little, human to human, face-to-face interaction. You guys pulled that all off on Zoom meetings. It's an incredible feat, and it's not to be dismissed. With that being said, though, and I think that this is segment it out depending on the grade. And and you guys are the experts on this, but my personal opinion is on this is like for certain grades, like while that was the best we could do, it doesn't work for certain grades. And I got to speak to the lower ones. Like you're teaching a kid how to learn and we're trying to do that at home through online and through distance learning. I'm no expert, but I just don't think that works. And while we did the best we could, and it was absolutely all we could do, and there was nothing more we could have expected, the expectation that goes on for another year and that's good enough, I just want to make sure we're not kidding ourselves. And I get that we have limited resources, and maybe that's what we have to do. And maybe based on whatever the state says, that's what we have to do. And with whatever the cuts are, that's what we have to do. But I just want to make sure that like, when we look at these children and how old they are and what they have to get through in a year, that we're not like, okay, we can just push everything to online learning, where I just don't, there's part of me that's like, that's just not a good scenario for a kid that's 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. But maybe that's just me.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. And thanks very much, Aaron, Kristen, and Eliza for joining us, and Bobby. And thanks also, I know Carl's on, and John on the school committees. Thank you very much for all you do and for being here tonight, okay?
Marie, can you indulge me for about 30 seconds?
Sure.
Thanks. I have a question for Principal Smitty and Aaron. If you were able to get on the high school level, most or all of your students high-speed internet connections, and the state said, okay, you got to do A and B weeks, would it be theoretically possible, instead of doing really A and B weeks, of when the A week is that those students are in class, that same lesson is basically put out over the internet to those that are home, and then vice versa the following week?
That is possible. I would say that it can't be most, it has to be all students.
Okay.
And then we would be challenged to meet students' IEP needs, because if there are students who have like an extra adult or specific accommodations that need to be delivered in person. So there's complications to it, but it's not impossible. We just need to make sure that it's accessible to all. Like that's the first step. And like,
it might be easier. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I know that, for example, Goshen is still trying to get high-speed internet within their community, as is Chesterfield. And so I don't think it's something that the school can solve. We're still waiting to hear if it's going to be possible for them to access it. And maybe those kids are at school all the time. So I would love to see that happen, because I think that would be engaging and the direct instruction that the high schoolers would need. I totally hear you, Matt. I cannot imagine my 5-year-old learning remotely.
We did it, but I don't want to do it again.
And it was incredible. And I was holding on for dear life, but like now that the summer's here, I'm just like,
and the teachers want to be in school. The teachers want to teach the kids in school.
Yeah.
I know how I used to feel at the end of February vacation and April vacation. I can't imagine how the parents feel now. Any other comments? Then we'll go ahead and say goodbye, and thank you very much, and thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all your support. Take care.
Thank you.
everybody. Thank you.
Okay, so now we agreed, I hope, hopefully, to move up on the agenda the discussion about the annual town meeting and also the annual town election. The House and Senate and the governor signed the legislation that I think everybody got a chance to read. There was also a wonderful webinar that I watched from MMA. And if you haven't had a chance to watch that, I would strongly suggest you watch it. So anyway, the hope is that we would discuss and possibly come up with a date for the annual town meeting. So because we're not a representative town meeting, the choice really is to have it indoors or have it outdoors. We can't have it by Zoom. So I'm wondering if I can ask Robert Floyd, if you have video, to say a couple of words about the town meeting.
Yeah, thank you. Robert Floyd, 166 College Highway. I've been in communication with a lot of towns, moderators. I did see that webinar twice live and the other day when it was released. And I have a timeline that I've been working on for weeks that might work. You voted to have the last proposed articles submitted to Ed on June 30th. And then you're going to be meeting the next Tuesday, July 7th. So the select board will be seeing some of those articles for the first time. The next time you're meeting is July 21st, where you'll be debating the proposed annual town meeting articles and looking at the budget. We don't have a finance committee. There is a bylaw that may slow things down a bit. On August 4th, I see you voting the earliest for the annual town meeting warrant. For the earliest to be held on Saturday, August 15. On August 17, Monday, it being continued if and only if a second night is needed. If this doesn't work and it slips a week, then the likely date for an annual town meeting will be August 22nd. I see there's usually a lot of work going into a town meeting that nobody sees behind the scenes. It's pretty slick. It works. This is a whole new ball game. If it is a ball game and the annual town meeting's the 9th inning, we're barely into the 2nd inning. A lot of departments have to come on board. If we do have it outdoors, where are we going to have it? One thought would be the field behind the Norris School, where people may have access to bathrooms in the Norris School. There would need to be a lot of coordination, certain entrances, entrance A, B, C, laid out, different tables, volunteers, walking people to their seats that are spread out 6 feet apart. Seniors going to have difficulty walking, so they're really going to be needing personal assistance to where they're going to be sitting. Sanitation, certainly entering the bathroom, exiting a bathroom, and then somebody cleaning the bathroom after each and every use. The microphones, I've asked Easthampton Media to consider a boom microphone that somebody could hold, going up to somebody holding their hand up, and they could speak into the microphone. If it is indoors, there is a procedure some towns have used where the town clerk registers a voter with a phone number that's recognizable to the town clerk. That person texts, they're ready to speak. And then the town clerk puts their cell phone up to the microphone, and the person in the audience speaking in their cell phone, it goes over the microphone and everybody hears it at the same time. It appears having it outdoors is a lot more feasible for all the reasons than having it indoors. And I've left so much out, but
the webinar talked a lot about all of these. So the webinar was done by a number of people. There was a lot of information provided by an attorney from KP Law. And then after that, they had a representative from a town that did a Zoom meeting. They had another presentation by someone that did an outdoor meeting. What impressed me the most was the incredible amount of planning. Some of this has been started in these towns back in February and even March. So the detail that it seemed as if the success that they were sharing was because of the amount of preparation that was done. It was remarkable.
And that's very true, and I agree with what Rini said. Just so that everybody knows we're on the same page, we cannot have a Zoom meeting because we're not a representative town meeting. We're an open town meeting, so that only applies to a representative town meeting. the articles that are presented, Copeland and Page and others have recommended they be non-controversial articles. So the capital articles, controversial articles, they're best to be put off in the fall, perhaps October special town meeting. This has to be a precision annual town meeting. We can't afford to stumble and then need, for whatever reason, a special town meeting in a month or two. So this really has to be well thought about. There's what's called a consent agenda where the moderator would propose. I don't like it. I've never used it since 2005. It does exist. And what the moderator would do would be propose a quantity of articles that are not controversial, almost rubber stamp, which we never have, but rubber stamp articles, propose it to the town meeting, ask if everybody's in favor of Article 3, Article 7, Article 11, Article 12, Article 20, and they are all in favor, and it's approved or denied. If somebody has an objection, one person, to one of those articles in a consent agenda, it's pulled out. And they vote on the remaining. It's a procedure that can speed things up, but the idea is everybody needs to be on their best behavior. If we're outside, are we going to be in a tent? Then the building inspector has to be involved. And ADA, somebody suggested maybe the church parking lot. It's tar, it's kind of hot, and the field sloped. So, and the parking lot's kind of small. So I don't see that viable. We do have
we're going to be obligated. Yeah, Robert, we're going to be obligated to read that letter anyway. That that we're going to end up doing probably within this agenda item. So just so you know.
Yeah. Can I ask a quick question? Could somebody just remind me, what is the new regulations on the quorum that we need for the town meeting?
We have a 50-person quorum. We're allowed to give the town 10-day notice so that you can vote to reduce that quorum to no smaller than 10% of the quorum, which would be 5. However, it splashes negatively on any article that requires 2/3 vote. And as I understand it, that's 2/3 of 50. So if you were to vote for a quorum of 5, you couldn't be having an article that required a 2/3 vote.
But if, for example, we had the 50, with aiming for the 50 as a quorum, couldn't we do something like in the church parking lot where people came in their cars and stayed in their cars and we had a microphone system? I mean, people are doing drive-in churches all over the place. We're not in town, but other people are. It would just seem like that would be a way to somehow, facilitate things where we didn't have to do quite as many logistics.
That is possible, and then what you would have a local radio frequency, like a drive-in movie that everybody would tune into. I don't know the physical lot size for cars, and so then a question for us, what happens if there's an overflow? Yeah. They can't be parking on the hill, on the road, so that's a, do we turn people away? If anybody shows up without a face mask, we really don't want to address that. We want to allow them voters' rights, maybe put them in a separate section where people that don't have face masks, show them, here's a face mask if you want to wear it. But I've been learning we can't be making an issue because they really have a right to show up without a face mask.
And the webinar addresses the idea that these folks would be put in certain, it's all mapped out with arrows and plexiglass. And I mean, I think everybody really needs to watch the webinar because it's extremely informative. But yeah, that was one of the considerations. You can't turn people away from masks, but you can tell them that they need to go and sit in a particular section. And as far as the articles, most of the towns that were speaking in this webinar went from 30-something articles down to maybe 12.
8 and 10, yeah.
8 in some cases, right.
Maureen, can I ask a question? Have any of the articles been presented yet or written up? Because
yes, we have.
Because
They've extended the date until June 30th, so.
I know, but I was just wondering because we were supposed to have a town meeting on May 5th. So I'm just wondering if any of the articles have been, actually written up to be prepared for May 5th. And even tonight, because tonight was actually the second time we were going to have the annual town meeting. So I'm just wondering, are there any articles already written up to be presented?
Well, like Robert said, it's going to be a little bit of a moving target, and we may actually forego a large number of them. So I don't think that right now, I think we've been following the extension of dates, and the legislation certainly allowed us. Robert, could you speak to that? Because the current legislation said August 1st.
Yes, that's what I was
How it explained was that the election needs to be held by August 1st.
Exactly.
So I commend the town clerk, Lucy Dalton. She's in charge of that. And unless the select board comes in like the cavalry and ensures they will ratify that proposed August election date after August 1st to Boston, or try to ratify it after the later election date, she's still on the hot seat. But some towns have ratified it, also have gone to court to get a local judge to verify the date. So they're illegal. I think there are 4 different options. Also, the governor could come in at the last minute and extend that August 1st date. But there is a procedure for the town to August 29th date, and then apply to Boston to ratify that election date, or to wait until the election is actually held after August 1st, and then proceed to have that date ratified also.
My only concern with having the election that far into August is I mean, for the safety of the town, yes. I agree to keep everyone safe, but we have a state primary on September 1st that I have to prepare for. So, I'm going to be preparing for a town election and the state primary at the same time, which I could probably handle, but I have a person in my office that's there part-time, and it's a lot. So just keep that in mind. And that's why, I wanted to, throw out those dates. I think I threw them out to all of you, having it July 22nd or 20. I don't have my calendar.
You said the 14th and 28th. Lucy,
Yes,
is there any reason why the primary can't be held at the same time as the town election?
No. I don't think. Go ahead. Robert, what'd you say?
That was going to be my question also. One town, I think was Sandwich, I might be guessing, in the seminar, the webinar, they had a recent situation like we did for the Senate. They had a special election, and they did their town election on the same date. So that would be a fabulous suggestion, Lucy.
That's
to have
good,
it on the same date.
We did it when Matt and Charlie were tied. So we had that, and that was the day of the state primary. So it can be done. It's just I don't want to push it out too far.
Right.
So I would like it if we could really come to some sort of an agreement on a date within the next 2 weeks.
Would it be easier on you to do them both at the same time?
Yeah.
Then why can't we do that?
That's what we should, yeah.
I think we should try as hard as we can to get, can we still do absentee ballots and early voting?
They're deciding about the early voting right now. So, but absentees,
I think that should be encouraged as much as possible.
I think we should make it all.
But we have to make sure that the select board, has to write to the state to say, we want to extend it. So.
Reedy? Yeah. Reedy, can I speak on that?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I have no say on the election, but working with Lucy very, very closely through all the town meetings, I would present that the select board to get her off the hot seat, if you will, I would encourage the select board to consider voting on ratifying that date in September as both a primary and an annual town election.
Yeah.
We have to take a vote to do that?
To
Yes.
get her off the hot seat.
Yeah, and I will say that that after watching the webinar, which I really think everybody in the select board should watch, the idea of having an annual town meeting in 1 month scares me based on what I learned in the webinar in terms of the sheer amount of preparation. Everything from, you just think about a normal town meeting and then think about all the things that have to be changed. I just think that we should, project a date, but I do think that to think about it being on the 14th of July, which is about a month away, is, I don't think it's doable. I really don't.
Well, let me throw a caveat in.
Okay.
Go ahead.
There is nothing binding us to have the annual town meeting before the annual town election now. We've already gone from our bylaws because of COVID-19. You could have the annual town election at the end of July, and you could still have the annual town meeting in the middle or end of August.
Yeah, but we need the meeting. We need the meeting to have a budget, don't we? We need a budget, guys. We can't do this. This 112 is not a good idea.
And the reason, and one of the main reasons too, is, you spend, I know I came onto the board like brand new right before the town meeting. I wasn't part of, the budget process like the board was. One of the reasons for that was to actually have the board that's been involved in this whole year in budget buildup, present at the town meeting, and then the election follows that. I still think that's a good idea. I think it's a great idea to have it September 1st.
I agree with the September date. In addition to the fact, it's going to save Lucy, but it's also going to save the town money.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I've been saving the town a lot of money.
So what would you like to do? Would someone like to make a motion, or do you want to plan on, think about it, watch it, come back within 2 weeks? Definitely by the next time we definitely have to decide. Does it change when we're asking for warrant articles to be due by? Once we set that particular date, if it's not going to change, then it's Robert who then makes any adjustments to the town meeting date and plan.
I think we need to solve this tonight. I don't think it buys everybody 2 more weeks to prepare. I kicking it down the road another 2 weeks just backs us up further against the wall. I would move to have the primary election on September 1st, right? With the combined elections on September 1st, and then to hold the annual town meeting. And Robert, you can tell us the date at the appropriate time before that.
As long as the select board will, do their part.
Meaning reach out to the state to get it ratified.
Yes.
Yeah. So
that has to be done.
Yeah, so I include that as part of my motion. And so, Robert, if that were the case, when's the annual town meeting?
I look at the annual town meeting, the earliest that we can comfortably have it is August 15th, probably makes more sense to have it on the 22nd, but that's a judgment call at this point.
And that's fine with a September 1st election?
Yeah.
Okay. So what date do you want to do, people? Do you want to do the 15th or the 22nd?
I'll second his motion.
Yeah, but what do you want? I was going to place in the annual town meeting date first, John. What do you want to do?
Actually, you don't really have to decide on the 15th or the 22nd. You might accept both, the 15th and then the 22nd as a fallback, but I don't believe we need to pin the tail on the donkey on either the 15th or the 22nd.
Okay, so then let me just restate this, just the motion. I move to combine both our election and the primary election on September 1st. That the select board reach out to the state to make sure that gets ratified, to take Lucy off the hot seat, and that we hold the annual town election on the 15th with the 22nd as a backup.
Town meeting.
You mean town meeting? Town meeting.
I'm sorry, annual town meeting on the 15th or the 22nd as a backup. Thank you.
Okay, Matt, did you want to, John, is that you wanted to second that?
Yeah, I'll second that motion.
Okay, any more discussion?
Just a quick
Okay, all those
question.
in favor?
Sorry, Renee, just a quick question. Do we have all the papers in, all the nominating papers for the election? Is that already closed now?
No.
Well, basically, the legislation canceled the caucus in a town that feels that it's unsafe to have a caucus, so we can cancel the caucus, which was the plan. And then I think the nomination papers require 10 signatures.
Right.
And there's a window of time based on the date of the election for when they would be due.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's extended again. I mean, we had a date before, and now that's essentially extended again. Okay, that's what I want to know.
The original date was March 31st.
Christine, did you read the letter from KP Law?
No, I did not. Sorry.
Okay, so it does state that nomination papers can be accepted. I was waiting until tonight, until we decided on a date for the annual town election, to announce that nomination papers are eligible again and when they will be needed in by. So now that we have decided, based on, tonight, I will announce when nominations can be picked up, papers can be picked up, and when they need to be in by. So,
okay.
All right.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any more discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Tishman, aye.
Falls aye.
Roland, aye.
Martin, aye.
Roden, aye. So September 1st for the annual town election, along with the primary, and the 15th or the 22nd for the annual town meeting.
Okay.
And can I just, hang on, can I just ask, does it make sense? A couple things I've been thinking about. One is, we need a finance committee. I don't know if we should challenge the select board to each nominate one person and kind of between now and 2 weeks, find somebody even until the election to ask if we can just assemble a finance committee, possibly people that have been in the past, so it's not a whole new board. Is that something that people feel is an okay thing to do? And the second thing, should there be a committee, and this I'm appealing to Lucy and Robert here, should there be a committee that would involve perhaps Ed, Lucy, a select board member, Robert, Board of Health, to work on a regular basis on the town meeting?
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree. And I also believe we need the fire chief, the highway department.
Yes, I agree.
The police chief, Board of Health. Everybody needs this. This is going to require an unusual togetherness.
And the planning, yeah.
Yep.
Ed, would you be willing to pull together a representative group to really start to now come up with some details, kind of led by Robert in terms of the town meeting plans?
Sure.
Actually, Ed's going to lead it. Think of a town moderator. You're going to like this, Matt, as a surgeon going into surgery. Scalpel.
I think that Ed, we talked about this would be a good time to, we had a couple of letters come in. Did you want to introduce Tammy's letter so that that could be included in the record?
I have it here. I pulled it out when the agenda the item started. So this is from Tammy Walunas. It says, hello, select board members. My comment is in regards to the discussion that has been happening about the town annual meeting and the town election. There's been a number of discussions of postponing and rescheduling the dates, but the big concern I have is being held at the Nora School. The custodians and teachers have been cleaning and sanitizing the whole place. Their classrooms, the cafeteria, library, art, music rooms, and gym, only to have it all contaminated by all the town's residents coming in for one event and so close to when the school should be reopening? Question mark. Yes, it is only the cafe that people will be congregating in, but they have to come through the main entrance, go past the front office, then kitchen area door to get to the cafeteria. We all know the air circulation is horrible and fans are needed almost all of the time. That air will be circulated throughout the whole school by time we are done with that one meeting. I know the weather is a huge concern for having the event outside, but has anyone considered having it at the Southampton Congregational Church Hill? You would have plenty of close, safe parking, and the hill will give plenty of space and levels to see from. People would check in by the back entry of the church, grab a chair, and disinfect it before taking it, and when they bring it back, it can be disinfected again before going back into the church. This will keep the church safe, and the spacing will keep people safe. If people don't want to use a hard folding chair, they can bring their own. You can still section off areas to sit in for counters to use and possibly set up a PA system out there for all to hear. It will give the townspeople an opportunity to be heard and vote. We need to vote on a budget and several articles that need to be acted on this summer. Pushing off to the end of summer isn't an option. I would like to hear more options looked at if this one isn't worthy of consideration. Thank you. Tammy.
Thank you very much, Tammy, for writing that. I think that
Thank you for addressing it.
Yeah, so I think that those two places have been mentioned. I know at the meeting, the 10 o'clock Monday morning meeting with Charlie and Fire Chief, Police Chief, and Board of Health, Ed and I. The Norris School field was also mentioned by Charlie. So I think we're gonna, at this point, I think defer to a subcommittee to really look at the details, and there are a lot of them. Any other comments about the election or the town meeting?
Yeah, so I have a couple things.
Sure.
Francine, do you want to go first?
I just wanted to nominate Tammy to this working group who's going to help plan the annual town meeting.
Well, since you said that in our
You'd be great. You'd totally be great.
I mean, you've already thought this through.
Being canceled, I might be able to.
Yes, yes. We need you, Tammy.
Great. Yeah, thanks. You're accepting. Thank you, Tammy. And Matt, what else do you have?
So I just had a couple of questions and comments, and none of these are leading, but certainly worth discussing. So the first one is, you know, Ed, I'm sure you already know this, but we need to really get started on looking at our budget here, and in order to do that, we need to get the requests from the individual departments, and you know, the sooner the better, given that we're going to be juggling a ton leading up to this.
Yeah, so I'll have that for the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have that on as an agenda item tonight, Matt, too.
Okay, and then I guess the last thing is just we didn't really talk about what you brought up, which is pivotally important, but it's worth just talking about. I think is our lack of the finance committee, and. Yeah. You know, so I have just an overarching question with regard to this, and Robert, I think, alluded to it before, and I wanted to bring it up before too, but I mean, and it's not leading. Do we need one? Like, need one legally?
Well, it's in our bylaws.
So how would we get around that if we don't have one? Do we have to vote, or do we not get around it? We need an answer to this because we got to figure this out. So I want to know if we can get around it, if we can vote to not have it for this particular one, if that's even possible. And if it's not, then we really need to scramble to do that. But I guess my follow up to that would be, you know, forcing people to be on a finance committee for a couple of months until the town meeting, like that to me, that's the same as if we just do it ourselves and don't have a finance committee. You're throwing a bunch of unfamiliar people at a problem.
No, I was thinking it might be worth checking with a few people that on finance in the past. Mike Rosenberg immediately comes to mind. He was chair.
Of course.
We need certainly, so it's not just us doing it, it's an additional 4 or 5 people. Yep. Ed, how many finance committee members do we currently have? I know that Ms. Zaborski also said that she was going to throw her hat in, I think, at the election.
Right.
I don't believe she's been appointed. Do we have any other members besides her?
Well, we don't even have her.
Right. I mean, her interest. Yeah.
But we do have one member still from the finance committee, and that's Tom Livingston.
Okay.
Can I, Mrs. Zimborski did put in nomination papers.
Yeah.
Yep.
And she has a background, even though she hasn't served on the finance committee in the past, she has a finance background.
Yeah. No, we also have a van driver. Our backup van driver was a banker before he retired.
Yes.
I mean, I was semi-serious about whether each select board member would like to try to, you know, between now and next meeting, contact, you know, and try to each get one person who might be willing to be appointed to the Finance Committee as a first go-round. And then if we aren't able to be successful, maybe then we turn to KP Law and ask about how do we do this if we frankly just don't have one.
Okay.
But I think it's worth, I mean, I'm willing to try to find a person that might be willing to be appointed. And maybe once they're on, maybe they'd be willing to run for election.
Can I ask a question? Did Jonathan LeBree's resignation, was that accepted by the select board?
I don't remember that being on the agenda, but Ed, do you know?
No, and I had asked John if he would wait till the end of the election or wait till the election to make it effective. So let me check with John.
So he may still technically be on.
He may technically
and willing to serve?
Yeah, let me find out.
Okay, so if everybody is willing to just try their best to try to recruit some people that might have a finance background, people that have been on the Finance Committee before, that might be willing to step up between now and September 1st until the election, maybe they'd be willing to, go beyond that. But I think that would be my first hope, is that we could find enough people that would be willing to jump in, not necessarily all new people, but that might be willing to put together a Finance Committee for this budget cycle. And then if not, by next week or in a couple of weeks, then we'll turn to Plan B.
Hey, can I ask you just another question? I mean,
Sure.
I think our bylaws get in the way of this, but there's probably people that are on either other elected boards or other committees that might volunteer for this too.
No.
Yeah, you can't have another elected position.
Right.
I think that's one I would want to stick with. I mean, if we end up finding out that we have to bypass bylaws because we frankly don't have a Finance Committee, then I guess that would be something that I'd take advice from KP Law. But I think that there would be a conflict of interest if we're asking the Finance Committee to chime in on budgets, including their own and others.
Yeah. So I agree. Just throwing it out there.
Okay.
Yep. So any other discussion then about the election, town meeting, or anything else? So if anybody has a nominee, please ask them to contact Ed.
Okay.
Or to fill out the paperwork online. There's a form online, okay?
And I will be putting out the word tomorrow about nomination papers, so.
Great.
Okay, thanks, Lucy.
All right, thank you.
Yep. All right, we ready to move on to select board reports?
Sure.
Chris, you want to start? Because I know you have something in particular you'd like to share with the committee.
Sure. Okay. Just two things. First one, just a shorter one, is we had a Concom meeting recently, and basically mostly routine business. Spent more time again discussing the Pequot Pond weed control issues, and that was within the Hamden Ponds Association and their technical consultant. Talking about the process there, and that is still going to be waiting on Westfield to have their Concom meeting because it's a joint effort. There was recently an NOI, and I believe it might have happened this weekend, where members of Concom were going to go and visit the East Street Bridge site. They had to be involved in that. And then the other thing that we talked about a lot was looking forward to the forestry management plans, both for Durrell's Path, but also for the Alice Brown Conservation Area on Pleasant Street. So those are areas that we're looking at as priorities. And then there will still be some new discussion coming up about the idea of a conservation agent for the town. So that'll be future things. The main thing is really related to the Master Plan Implementation Committee that I want to talk about. As you know, we've been meeting for the last year and a half, more or less, and Mike has been busy with his new family addition. So I've actually been stepping in as chair of the committee for the last, 3 months, I guess. And so what we've been doing is reviewing and going over the goals and strategies of that master plan. And then, as you know, we came up with some ideas about how to move forward with that. So what we have done is actually been working with our PVPC consultant over the last couple of months, and we've developed as I would say, an updated questionnaire to send out to town residents. It's based on the original questionnaire from 2012-ish, 2013, but we've taken out things that are no longer quite relevant or are not forward-looking, or things that, have taken, taken a new turn in the interim. So we have a draft survey that we are almost ready to sign off on, and we would like to have share that with Select Board. But we are hoping to get that out very much toward the end of June, with a due date at the end of August 31st. And right now we had all sorts of outreach plans to to get the survey known and do various focus groups and things around town, which is obviously not going to be happening. But we have a pretty aggressive idea about advertising to get the word out. We will have it both electronically and in paper form. I'm going to try heavily on the electronic situation by having a link to SurveyMonkey as well as a QR code on the document, so people who know how to use the QR code with their phones, they can zap in on that. And then a lot of people that don't really spend a lot of time on the internet, we will have hard copies available. And we are looking at having those placed around not only at Town Hall and probably the library, assuming that in the next month or so we'll have more access, as soon as we can have access for people to be picking things up, let's put it that way, as well as selected businesses or other locations around town. We'd have copies available for people to pick up, the hard copies, and then we'd arrange for them to either be mailed back, have them mailed back to Town Hall, or what I'd really like to do would be to set up a drop box, a special drop box outside Town Hall to receive these. So we're looking at that idea. We've divided up some tasks on the committee. We've got a couple people that are going to be involved in doing the social media, advertising, people that are going to be in charge of trying to get some posting on the various town marquees, the Lions Club and Mothers Club town marquees. Obviously, various newsletters, any and all newsletters that exist in town, from church to the library to Robert's newsletter and various others. The town website, obviously, everything that we can do to get the word out and try and gin up interest and hopefully a good participation. Unfortunately, a lot of these surveys over time, from what we've learned from PVPC, even to get a 5 to 10% return is considered good, which to me sounds pretty pitiful, frankly, but you know, we're hoping we can do better than that. Let's say that. We'd like to get a lot of involvement from various people in the household, not just one per household, which is also why we decided against a mailer. We were thinking about mailing it out, but then that is a cost issue, and then you know, we'd end up mailing it only to the household, and so that was kind of confusing. So this way we're encouraging everybody in the household to respond either electronically or by hard copy, with the hopes that their viewpoints can help really guide us with some priority setting and really help us determine some real achievable objectives and goals over the next decade, really, for the development of town. The survey itself, we've shortened. It's about 20 questions. And aside from some of the basic demographics, we've reorganized it, which I think will make it a lot easier to fill out, because before it was quite scattered. There was a lot of redundant type questions asked in various sections. So now we've organized it with a land use section that talks about a variety of options and people's agreement or disagreement with those options that would concern everything from residential to commercial use to open space, agricultural land. So under land use, that's a big category. Another one is on housing. Another is on mobility, which would include, the housing would include ideas and options for affordable housing for first-time home buyers and seniors in particular. The mobility one would include issues around perhaps purchasing the need to purchase land for the greenway or the bike path. Looking at maybe an extension of sidewalks in town, looking at the possibility, you know, if public transport were to be available, what would be people's interest there? And then the last one is on infrastructure, which ties in mostly with the select board priorities, where we were talking about people's interest related to setting up our own public utility for improved broadband access and the cost revenue to the town, renewable energy generation, public safety complex, etc. So it's a much more concise survey, and I'm thinking that it's going to be a bit better than the one that was done before, but yet take us a step forward in the right direction. So we're looking to get that out, and like I said, we're working on how we can get it advertised and get as many participants as possible over the next couple of months once we do launch it. Francine, anything I'm missing there? Is that close?
No,
Okay.
not about the survey, no.
Okay.
Are you going to mention the inclusion in the tax?
Yeah,
insert?
we were looking to see whether we could put in a little blurb in the next tax bills that are going out, and so we've drafted something for consideration there. It would be like a third of a page of small little piece of paper in the tax bill.
And Ed distributed that as part of the meeting materials for people to take a look.
Okay.
And I can read it, and so as a addition or stuffer that goes along with the tax bill, the select board would have to approve it. So I did put it into the draft box. Basically, it's a third of the page. It says, "We need to hear from you." Over the past year, the Master Plan Implementation Committee, MPIC, has been reviewing the goals and strategies of the town's 2013 Master Plan. Central to that effort is the need to confirm that the plan remains relevant to Southampton's current population. The original 2013 Master Plan survey provided direction, which resulted in some initial changes, and now the town is seeking your latest opinions toward more substantive improvements. The survey will gather current thinking about the future development in Southampton. It's important that town residents complete the survey to set our course for the future. By the end of June, the MPIC will disseminate a short survey in both paper and electronic form. The link to the electronic copy will be posted on the town website, and hard copies will be available at all the town hall offices and the library.
Okay, the only caveat might be if town hall offices are not open, we would have to add in those other locations like stores and storefronts that are now open and operating and residents visit, those kinds of places, just to get the hard copy distributed.
Yeah, and it's a question of whether the library will be open or not.
Well, no, but if they have a loan system going, which I understand they're going to, like 3 days a week, whoever is picking up the books, they might include the survey in their book package as a way of distributing it. That doesn't mean that people will fill it out and return it, but at least they will have access to one.
True.
Okay, so the plan will be, I don't know that we need to, do we need to vote to approve them going out in the tax bill or anything, but I think that the master plan is looking for our feedback, and so Ed will send out the survey to the select board members, and everybody will respond to Ed with any feedback, and Ed will get it back to the committee. Is that your thinking, Ed?
On that, yes, and then the select board will need to vote tonight on the wording that
going out in the tax bill?
Going out in the tax bill.
Okay, does anybody have any questions about that?
Just to add that if, Ed, you can send the survey out, if we can get, a week or so turnaround time, I'm not sure. We would need to be finalizing the survey on, the Survey Monkey and developing the links and getting things printed, et cetera, probably by June 20th, if all goes well, which means that would be before our next select board meeting.
Yeah, as long as I can ask the select board members to get any comments back to me like within a week, and I'll turn it around and send it to you.
That would be appreciated. Thank you.
Or I'll specifically say I'll send it to the MPIC.
Right.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion then?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, thanks, John. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion?
No, it just sounds like you're doing a great job, Chris. I appreciate it.
Well, the whole committee's been working really hard. There's been a lot of good input and a lot of good ideas. So I think it just feels like it's a tighter survey than what we had before. So I hope it leads us in the right direction.
Great.
Great. Thanks a lot, Chris. So we have a motion and a second, John, and then Chris, you seconded that, right?
No, I
Francine
did.
did.
Francine.
Okay. All those in favor?
Tishman, aye.
Fowles eye.
Martin, aye.
Groden, aye. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Chris. What other reports are there?
Okay,
Go ahead, Francine.
okay. I'm going to report on the last meeting of the Hampshire Regional. Things other than what we heard about the budget tonight. The school did, I think it was remarkable, the school did conduct a graduation for all of the seniors, not en masse, but over a 4-night period in 10-minute intervals. Each student got to walk across the stage, be acknowledged, could have their family there while they were on stage, accept their diploma and exit. And it took them 4 nights of 10-minute intervals to graduate the entire class. And what they ended up doing is filming it all. They produced a virtual group graduation video that you can see if you go to the school's website, and it's remarkable. It looks as if everyone were there together and everyone moved across the stage and everyone got the acknowledgement, and so that's a wonderful thing. And I think it met a tremendous need, not just for the students, but certainly for the faculty and certainly for the parents who have shepherded their kids through 4 years of high school and we're waiting for this day and they finally get to realize it. My understanding is that there may actually be an en masse graduation sometime in August if all of the regulations change and they can comply with whatever physical requirements are at that time, but they would like to do that. I reported earlier. Yes.
Can I just ask a question related to that? These kids that are going off to college, the end of their year, I feel so bad for all kids, but especially seniors. Were they able to really, fill out, without the guidance support and all that, were they able to continue? And also there was a tremendous number of awards that are given out by the school that help kids tremendously with expenses and tuition and books and all that. Mother's Club, there was a lot of them. Did those still happen?
They did, and I think they'll be repeated. Is that right, Tammy, at the next graduation if they have the large group one?
I believe kids that did receive them have been notified, but they are going to do another presentation in, like you say, the end of June, and then there's August is another event. Yes.
Okay. All right, I had reported earlier that the high school was operating while kids were being schooled at home for students who were eligible for free or reduced meals. They were providing what they called grab and go to about 80 students, which meant that twice a week, the students who were eligible would come to the school and pick up breakfast and lunch, and they were each given 2 breakfasts and 2 lunches on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So basically they got 8 meals a week through the school. Now that's going to end on June 30th. They are looking into, some of the costs and trying to find a way that they might be able to continue that over the course of the summer. But we're waiting for some numbers on that to see if in fact that could happen. The school committee voted on a resolution, some of which Aaron alluded to, about the Student Opportunity Act. And so the committee and I think all school districts across the state of Massachusetts are looking at this resolution, but it's basically asking Congress to approve a New Deal level of funding to raise revenues progressively to ensure that schools can fulfill their obligations to educate their students. And that they're asking Governor Baker specifically to fund public education, pre-K through higher education, at the level needed to maintain current staffing and services and fully fund the first year of the Students' Opportunities Act. So it was unanimously passed by the school committee. And let's see, where that goes, and in fact, whether or not they're able to secure the funding that they need. We just heard about what a deficit we would face if those cuts went into effect. And then finally, one of the other things that was in the work and is still going ahead is that they are going to rent some classroom space, one classroom, to students from the Clark School for the Deaf. They need a classroom for 5 students. There will be 4 in 8th grade and 1 in 7th grade. They will have their own instructor. They will have their own transportation, so there will be no additional cost for transportation. And they will be paying rent to the district, to the high school, of somewhere between $28,000 and $30,000. And those are the essentials of the arrangement that they have. They will access some of the school services, but that's taken into account as part of the rental fee. They already have students who are hearing impaired students who are mainstreamed. So the faculty and the nurses all already know how to interact. And so it would just be another group of kids who are integrated into the high school population. So that is my report, other than the fact that the high school will have a special budget meeting next Monday evening, June 15th, if you're interested.
If I could add on one small thing, just tying in a little bit to the lunches that you were talking about, the breakfast and lunches. The church, I'm not sure if everybody knows this yet, but the community cupboard is basically inviting families with children to come to the community cupboard summer food distribution, which is going to start, I believe it's July 1st through the end of August, and it's going to be every other Wednesday from 10 to 12. And it's going to be just drive in and pick up food. So it's families with children in particular. And so Sue Teese and Candy Iwaniki are in charge of that, if anybody would like to contact them. But this is a new thing that the church is trying to do, to also reach out to the community and be a real part of the community. And I think it's a great initiative. It's going to be a lot of work as well to try and get food packed and organized and ready. But every other week they're going to aim at doing that for the next 2 months, or the 2 months coming up, July and August.
And you said they've already been in touch with the high school.
I'm not positive on that, but I don't know that.
Okay.
Now, Chris, I'm assuming that they would welcome donations of either food or monetary donations?
I'm sure they will. Yes, they will. There's I can send a note around or give it to Ed. There's a person that you can email with or mail donations to, checks to, or you can drop off food usually on Saturday mornings when the food pantry is open.
If you read Robert's newsletter, that information is in the newsletter about how donations can be made, to whom to write the checks,
right,
and the schedule for the food distribution.
Yeah. So, and anyway, I think it's a great initiative. They're trying to fill a gap that exists. So
wonderful.
Yep.
Thanks, Francine. Is anything else?
No, that's it.
John or Matt, you want to report on the committee?
Yeah, I'll go ahead. I only had one committee meeting that met. That was the planning board, and they met last Wednesday. There was a public hearing on a residential stormwater permit for Gun Road, and there was a presentation by the engineer representing the landowner, and then there was a unanimous vote to accept it after presentation. 2 building permits, Former Road and Center Street, got approved, and then Cindy Palmer did a quick review of the PC Stormwater Bylaw draft report and the Master Plan Implementation Committee report. And they're having another meeting next week, which is the 17th, which is unusual because they had to cancel a couple of meetings in the past because no agenda items, but there's 2 this month.
Thanks, John. We got our email from Janet Brown. She was the one that put forth the request to have High Street be a scenic road.
Right.
Did that get addressed, or is it going to be?
No, I'm glad you brought that up. I'm sorry I missed that. They discussed it, and they're going to vote on recommending it to the select board. But there was some discussion on the proper way to do it. I believe Paul Deeman was going to get a hold of you, Ed. Did he contact you?
He has. They're going to have a public hearing on it and a few other things. So.
Yeah. But Janet was on that Zoom meeting also.
Oh, good. Great. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Anything, Matt?
Nope, I don't have any updates.
Okay. I just have a couple. So the COA, the Board of Health has not met in the last 2 weeks since our last meeting. The COA met on the 3rd of June. First and foremost, I want to congratulate Lori Loisel, who was voted to be the Volunteer of the Year for the Council on Aging. She's a wonderful volunteer. She's been involved in Friends. She's on the board. She's just a great person and a huge help to the COA and Senior Center. They had election of officers. Janet Kane will be the chair, vice chair, Lori Loisel. James Palermo is the secretary, and Nancy Ruscio, treasurer. They discussed funding and grants, the Highland Valley grant they applied for. It's CARES Act funding funneled through Highland Valley. They submitted the request for $2,414, and they identified laptop, computer, printer, and Zoom subscription as potential sources of funding. They talked about the state formula grant and also the FY21 budget. They made a bylaw change to have the meetings on the first Wednesday of the month in the afternoon at 4 instead of in the morning to attract more people that are working, younger people. They talked about there is some virtual programming going on, and they also talked about additional potential virtual programming. And they also discussed the reopening of the Senior Center. And actually today, I believe the health, Jerry Swanson, the health director, and Joan Linehan, the Senior Center director, possibly Janet Kane and Ed, walked through the Senior Center just as a sort of a preliminary discussion around what adjustments and flow and everything. Did that happen today, Ed?
It did at 1:30 today, yes.
Okay, good. And then Open Space met 6-4. I was not able to attend that meeting. There was an update on the Friends of Southampton Open Space, which is a 501c3 organization to raise money. And there's also, the big part of the meeting was really contributions to the Open Space and Recreation Plan. And I imagine Ed might update us on that. There is a meeting of the Open Space and Recreation Planning Group this Thursday night. And then also there's been ongoing discussion about update of becoming a regular town committee versus an ad hoc committee. And I believe it's on our agenda for 2 weeks from tonight.
Correct. And I will send out those 2 drafts of the charges for everybody to look at before, so they have it before the meeting.
Okay, great.
Rini, could I add one thing? It's not really a committee update, but this came across my email right before our email in general, right before the meeting. I think the police department has announced that they've just received a grant for the pedestrian and bike safety program. They've got about almost $6,000 to address traffic concerns in areas of high pedestrian and bike traffic. So that's something that just happened recently from I guess the Department of Transportation and Highway Safety people. So that's great news. So congratulations to the police department.
Great, thank you. Any questions about any of the reports before Ed does his? Okay, Ed, thanks.
All right. Just to let you know, John Furman from VHB met with members of the Conservation Committee and Randall Kemp, Highway Superintendent, and myself for a site visit at the East Street Bridge this past Saturday morning. And we're expecting that National Heritage will have a site visit. I think it's towards the end of this week out there too, to make their comments on the bridge plan, so that and all those comments can be incorporated into the plan and go from 90% to 100%, and that the Conservation Committee will be able to actually vote on the NOI and any conditions that need to be included with that. The Antonacci Foundation and the Food Bank of Western Mass have announced that the food bank received a generous donation from the Antonacci Family Foundation to cook off their Millions of Meals initiative, which is a virtual food drive. The food bank partner in Southampton, which will benefit from this, is the Southampton Congregational Church's Community Cupboard. The Community Cupboard will receive a direct allocation as part of this initiative. Let's see. Mass DOT reports that the Glendale Road project has now been completed, other than completing the paperwork on the project. The water commissioners have put into place voluntary water restrictions as of June 4th. It limits all non-essential water use and no outdoor automatic sprinkler use between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. 7 days a week. B, please restrict outdoor water usage to no more than 2 days per week. And then they say, we hope this will result in a reduction in water use. If not, we will have to consider implementation of mandatory water restrictions. We thank you in advance for helping us conserve and protect our water supply. As you had said earlier, the special legislation, although grouped together with other towns' requests for the town caucus, nomination papers and annual election process have been passed by the House and Senate and was signed into law by the governor this past Friday, even though it did have a few discrepancies from what we had originally asked for in our special legislation. Barbara Golden from the library reports that preparations to start the curbside service at the library are going well, and they are on track to start the curbside service on next Monday, which would be the 15th. The use of the book drop off this week has also gone well with the returning of the items to the library within that drop-off box container. We have received grant timeline extensions from the state due to the COVID-19 outbreak for our emergency management grant, the municipal vulnerability grant, and our stormwater grant. And then Jerry Paquette, Veterans Agent, reports that the old flagpole at Center Cemetery will be removed tomorrow and a new base installed. The new flagpole and flag are scheduled to be installed next week. The funding for this and the cleanup of the town's Veterans War Memorials and their re-landscaping has been accomplished through an earmark in the state budget from former Senator Humison. And then, while the town hall currently remains closed to the public, the staff returned to work yesterday, Monday, June 8th, to work their regular schedule. Offices are at full staff. The desks have been pulled further apart in the assessor's office to allow for proper social distancing. The only office, due to its size, that has restrictions as to the capacity of employees allowed at one time is the Council on Aging office, which, due to the small size, will only accommodate one employee in the office at a time. Due to this restriction, some of the work of the Council of Aging staff will continue to be done remotely for the time being. Masks, nitrile gloves, and hand sanitizer have been distributed to all town hall offices for the use by our staff in preparation for the staff returning on this past Monday. And then upcoming select board meetings, June 23rd, and select board meetings, July to be determined.
Any questions for Ed? Okay, hearing none, then we'll move along to old business. The first is a shared building commissioner. John, you want to start?
Sure. Between our last meeting and this meeting, not much has happened because Mayor of Easthampton was busy in her schedule with a lot of stuff going on. But we do have one scheduled for tomorrow morning. And in between, what I did is I sent an email to her assistant explaining the options, or a couple options that we might be interested in here. One being obviously a 32-hour-a-week, 4-day-a-week position, but also would be interested in hearing how they would cover if we had somebody that was, say, 4 office hours a day here, and then the building inspection would get done out of the Easthampton office and get coordinated with the Easthampton Easthampton office. We talked about if we all three towns got together, we could do an electronic calendar and maybe people could go online and schedule their own appointments so that all three towns would be able to see them and they could take care of the schedule. And in that calendar, you could put the type of inspection you want and there would be certain time slots. So gave her a couple options to think about for Southampton, and Westhampton is pretty much their 1 day a week plus Tuesdays for a couple hours. They don't have a whole lot of hours. So I think tomorrow, hopefully they're going to give us either they're really interested in joining together with the two towns or they're not because the logistics won't work, which I think is the next step. We've got to really find out from them because of time issues. Is this something they're really interested in doing? Because if not, then we want to go on and bring it back to Westhampton and Southampton, because obviously we have candidates that have sent in their applications. But I think if we could get an electronic calendar and we could use the staff that cross over, say, between Easthampton and Southampton for backup, we would never be without a building inspector. And depending on how we do this, we may be able to cut our costs, I want to say significantly, but I don't know what number, because if there was a building commissioner in Easthampton as the lead, we don't need a building commissioner in Southampton. We need a building inspector, because the commissioner does the compliance end, and that could be done out of Easthampton. So those are just some options we talked about throwing around. And I think going back to Matt's point way in the beginning of the thought about sharing, a true shared service is going to be something where it's kind of homogeneous and we're going to save a fair amount of money. A little different than what we were first talking about with just Westhampton and Southampton. So after tomorrow's meeting, hopefully I'll be able to give you folks an update. I'll send you all an email on, after the meeting, just so you know you won't have to wait for 2 weeks. But, it was hopeful at the last meeting we had, and all three parties were interested. So hoping we'll have some answers tomorrow's meeting.
Okay, great. Thanks, John. Any questions for John?
Excellent. Thanks, John.
You're welcome.
No, Ed, about the people that we had 2 applicants for the original posting, have you been back in touch with them? Sort of stay tuned, or?
I was waiting to see if I got any more in, but we haven't. So I'm going to send out a letter tomorrow to let them know that the process is going on and we'll be in contact with them shortly.
Okay, that'd be helpful. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
If there's no other questions about this position, then, and we did just approve the temporary position, so the issue of the office work getting done, would you say that the office, the activity and the work of the office is getting taken care of, Ed?
Yes, and it'll continue at least into July, as long as the select board does approve the PCF for the temporary building commissioner position a little further down on the agenda.
Okay.
I will say that Tom is going crazy, doing both his full-time work in Hadley and then covering here right now. So.
Well, I noticed that the alternate building inspector position, the funding on the expense report was not even 50%. Are we utilizing the alternate as much as we can?
That was my question.
Oh, good.
Why don't we go to the alternate? I mean, why are we going through all these gymnastics?
Yes.
Well, don't forget, Tom was the alternate till it was brought up that this really should be a temporary position rather than paying through the alternate because of the office work. Ron Lauren is still doing some of the inspections as the alternate, and originally we had taken some of the funding that was in the building commissioner's salary and transferred it into the alternate's account, because we thought that all the payments were going to be coming from there.
Okay, anything else? Then let's talk about the budget revenue and expense reports. And we got an updated one in a new packet.
Yes. Revenues are posted through April 30th, and then the Expenses are shown through June, checks that were sent out for June 4th.
So I guess bottom line on the revenue, I know we postponed the due date for the taxes. So is everybody pretty confident that once all of that, that last quarter comes in, that we will have met our revenue commitment? Because that's a big hole.
Well, it was 10% as of what was posted through April 30th. So we were at 90% of our collections.
So we'll make it.
Yes.
Okay.
What other questions do people have?
I guess just a general question that I have on the revenue side again is we have in categories 22 through I think most of the rest of them, there are no estimated revenues. So everything shows up as being the actual, as being what was estimated to be the revenue. Why are we making projections on what we think we're getting at the beginning of the year, as opposed to just posting what it is we get as all there is? And how do you build a budget? You understand what I'm saying?
I have to find what...
On the revenue side, if you go to like page 3.
Right.
Estimated revenue, everything is 0.
Yep.
Category 22, 23, 24, 25, all the way down.
Those are, yeah, all the school accounts.
Well, no, we're looking at revolving funds. We're looking at special revenue funds. They're not school, some of them are school accounts, but others are other accounts. I guess my question is,
well, on page,
why don't we ever estimate?
Everything there is school accounts on page 3. You said page 3.
Revenue.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm looking at.
But it's not just the school, I think is what she's trying to say.
I'm talking about the whole category. Everything on 22, group, whatever you call them, code 23 on page 4, 24 on page 5. If you go down the list, you see the revolving funds on page 6.
Yeah.
My question is, we don't ever try to set a goal of income in these categories. We just post whatever comes in as having been the goal, and we just move on. I guess in budget planning purposes, I just don't understand.
Yeah, usually you have a revenue goal, and here it looks like revenue revisions, estimated revenue, and actual revenue are all the same value.
Yes.
So there's no attempt to project a budget.
What I'm saying, so we don't know if we're where we should be. Did we, there's no, with a goal in mind, and maybe the next year to have a little bit more. I just, for planning purposes in my head, I kind of need to see a better plan.
Yeah, well, a lot of these are reimbursable grants, and you don't get the money till you get reimbursed, so which means you don't get it till you actually spend it.
Not revolving funds. I mean, some of them are, Ed, but the others are really, fees for services and permits and things like that, that we just accept as 100% whatever it is that we make from one year to the next. That's all I'm saying. It's an observation. It's a question about what is the thinking behind not doing that.
I got you. A lot of them, I don't think you can actually guesstimate, to be honest with you, but that's my opinion, but I'll go over it.
But conversely, then how do you plan to spend it?
Well, I'm just going to throw it out, like an EMPG grant, you don't even know you can spend it till you get it. And you might not get that till after the budget process is done, so.
I'm looking at things like burn permits, electrical inspections, all of those things. I know that they change from one year to the next, but certainly we have some experience behind us that we can kind of project what it is that might be.
I will look into it.
Okay, that's all I'm asking.
What other questions does anybody have?
Well, it just looks like to me that the total revenue and the total expenses are both around the 16 million mark, and that's, you know, we've still got we've got a month, 6 weeks delay between the two, right? So hopefully we will be able to make it up with the last tax bill, as you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everything looks like it's coming in as far as the real estate taxes go, so I'm not worried about it falling extremely short in that particular category.
Could I ask a question about a couple of the charter tuition reimbursement is up 325%. And on the expense side, under charter school tuition, it's up 117.06%. So obviously additional spending. Does it, I don't know, is Bobby still on the call? I'm just wondering if, and then also local school transportation is only 42% spent.
And Bobby's still on the call, so.
I am still on.
And I saw she unmuted herself.
Okay. Yeah, so the local school transportation is only at 42. We, you know, this far into June. Vocational transportation is only 69.64. Is this possible money that we'll be able to recoup and use for other things that may have been losses? And why the increase in revenue for charter school tuition of 325%? Did more people or less people leave, or?
Without looking at the state numbers, I can't really talk about the reimbursement piece. But as far as the transportation goes, we have not paid any of the bills since we left school. I'm in negotiations trying to get a reduced price. As directed by the state. And so we will see significant, well, not significant necessarily, but we will definitely see savings in the transportation lines for vocational and regular transportation. As far as the charter school goes, we don't ever get the actual listing for the charter school until probably sometime in December for a preliminary, which is way after we budget for it.
Yeah. And
so anything I give the towns, I give as an estimate.
Okay.
Same for the regional, I do that. But the regionals, they pay their own charter school. So it's always a guess. It's a terrible scenario in my
opinion. I know. Well, in this case, it's, you know, estimated revenue was about 12.5 and the actual revenue was about 41,000.
Right. And I'd really have to research that, but it's all dependent. They have this 25% reimbursement. And I could probably try to send you guys all something on that. That's a great question. That's really a issue that many of us struggle with because it's such a formula that is tough to follow.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Bobby. I just had one other question. The town clerk expenses, election registration wages, and election registration expenses are all underspent, 11%, 36%, and then 50%. Obviously, if a lot of this is going to be into the next fiscal year, what kind of carryover will be allowed since we just voted for a September 1 election? If any. Do you know, Ed?
Probably none.
Probably none. So we're gonna have to reallocate additional funds for the election?
We may have to.
Okay, well, we might save some because of the primary too, so we'll see, I guess.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions about the expense or revenue reports?
On the expense report, it should be roughly 91% across the board, so the departments are doing a great job keeping the expenses down, and maybe the COVID-19 has helped that somewhat, but you've got to give them, I think, a lot of credit for really holding it to the budget.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's any other comments about the expense questions? Okay, then we can go ahead and talk about next steps in disposal of surplus real property, 93 College Highway. So Ed sent us out a amended bid. What do you want to say about that, Ed?
Well, would you like me to start off by reading the letter we got from the Fletchers?
I think that'd be fine. Yep, thanks.
Board of Selectmen sent by email June 5th, 2020. First, we want to thank you for the time and effort spent on the question of what to do with 93 College Highway. As you all are well aware, this is a very serious topic to the Fletcher's farm. We have spent countless hours over the years appealing to town and city boards, politicians, and state and federal agencies, all with the goal of solving the long-standing soil erosion problems. We were very hopeful that placing the question on the town meeting warrant about its future ownership would be a step in the right direction. It is clear, though, that after 3 months, many questions remain about the parcel's status and its future. Before the June 9th, 2020 Select Board meeting, we are respectfully asking for the text and emails that John Martin alluded to in the May 26, 2020 meeting to become part of the meeting's minutes. We understand the restrictions in conducting meetings in this COVID world, but you all set protocols early on that if you could not verify a resident's identity, that could not speak at a meeting. We completely respected this until last week's meeting when numerous emails and texts and comments were made about residents' opinions, re the land, the bidding process, etc. There was no identification of names or addresses, and this was not in accordance with all town meeting protocols, and was very disappointing to us. No one stopped Mr. Martin or reminded him that those comments should not be publicly made. Again, it gives the impression that the same rules do not apply to all residents. As you finalize the bidder's packet, questions still remain about the land value and use. The comment was made last week that you felt you were misled about the land. Bob and I have always presented the information as we understood it to be true and factual, especially since we have many of the files and reports that seem to have been misplaced over the years. We have tried to coordinate meetings with the appropriate parties, answer any questions, and we never stated that the land was landlocked. The frustration that last week was become we felt much of the information over the past year was not understood, reviewed, or researched. We also feel that the property restrictions are not understood. Simple facts that contribute to the land's value. Southampton Conservation Commission categorized much of the land as wetlands. Mass DEP states that tire cleanup is not a closed file and never will be as long as there are tires on the property, and some liability will continue to exist as a solid waste site. Besides the approximate 1 acre of hay land, Route 10 frontage, the rest is considered non-productive land. Comment regarding 3 acres of productive land is not factual. The assessed property valuation of $24,400 keeps getting mentioned and validated. How can this be assessed so high when the abutting parcel of 27.85 acres is only assessed at $11,800? The farming easement is to Fletcher's only, suggesting that another farmer may want to purchase it to farm the productive 1 acre is not permittable. The APR remains on the land. The amount of water flowing over and through the 8 acres is having a long-term detrimental impact to the abutting farm. It has been well documented since 2000, contrary to recent comments about no visible negative impact to the farm. Property was purchased for $1. Despite legal fees that the town may incur, the purchaser will also incur legal fees and surveying fees to properly determine property lines. There will also be a significant capital investment made to the property. The initial purpose of the land transfer being placed on the town warrant was to gain access to funds that are available for environmental issues such as this that a municipality cannot access. It was not to sell a valuable town asset to solve the budget woes of the town. Although not recorded at the real estate closing of the farm purchase, the subdivision of the 8 acres was to allow for the cleanup efforts of the tires with the intention of the acreage being returned to the farm when the project was completed. There are folks that will attest to this. The sole purpose of us wanting to take possession of this property is to remediate a serious problem that is affecting our farm, and we do not want to pass this to the next generation. It has not been monitored or maintained properly by either MDR or the town, and we sincerely hope and expect that decisions will be made now to facilitate solutions to the erosion. Review the wording of the question. You have the authority to make good decisions now that will result in the prevention of further erosion and the rehabilitation of the 8 acres. Thank you, Bob and Cheryl Fletcher.
Thank you, Cheryl and Bob Fletcher, for writing that letter. As I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, I apologize for not having the consistency on quoting public anonymously and without videos. So I guess we can discuss whether or not we feel we should retract the comments from that discussion. What would the board like to discuss?
Let me just go in first, because obviously Mrs. Fletcher had a concern with mine. I got 2 text messages. It's like Matt and I talked about before, and I think we kind of made a definition. When people come to you and say, I've got this concerned question, can you bring it up? And I think what we came to is, before the meeting or outside the meeting, that may be appropriate, but at the meeting wouldn't be appropriate. So I know we had a discussion after the meeting where we talked about that a little bit, and I totally agree. So if I was out of line on that one, that was my fault, but I thought we could bring comments to the meeting. And I guess in the future, if I had a comment to bring, I would probably phrase it as a question from myself rather than say it came from somewhere else. And if somebody wasn't willing to put it in writing to the select board, I think I may decline to bring it to the meeting as somebody else's question. Because as Matt says, we're constantly getting questions and we need to be able to bring them to the board, but how it's brought to the board is important too. So I understand that part of it.
Okay, thanks.
So no offense to the Fletcher. So if I offend you, I apologize.
Okay. Other comments about this agenda item or the letter? Okay, so we have a draft of a bid, and could we address that updated draft that was in the packet? What comments would people like to make about the current bid on the property?
I guess my question is that this bid states that whoever wins the bid is obligated to pay the town's legal fees and closing costs associated with it. And I guess my question is, have we ever done that in the past? Have we ever passed those costs on to someone else in this process?
Not that I'm aware of.
And just to follow up to that is, Ed, we asked you to try to come up with a cost. Were you able to put a number to this? I'd hate to see somebody bidding on this and not have any clue what kind of number they're looking at.
Yeah, and it's in there as an option. It doesn't have to remain. You could choose to pay them ourselves. We could choose to utilize the funds that are remaining in that capital account to pay them or whatever, but our attorneys estimate that the legal costs to prepare the purchase and sale and a deed would not exceed $1,500.
Okay. Plus the 1,600 you already documented as having already been incurred in, is that part of this?
I wouldn't recommend it being part of it. That was one of the questions the board had asked me at the last meeting.
Right. How much
has the town spent to date? And that's what that Excel spreadsheet shows. I went back through, and there may be a few more because the bills we got, I think, run through the end of April. So, but I wouldn't think considerably it would add on to the $1,161. But I just threw that in there to call your attention to it. Is that's one option. You know, if the town wanted to, you know, pursue it of, you know, requiring the purchaser to pay the closing costs or, you know, on it, which I have seen in other documents as far as selling public property. Like I say, we can just choose to pay those like we have in the past. You can also choose to access what is left in that capital account to pay those also.
And I think I had a question also. What are the limits placed on that capital account? What can we spend it on? Since, I mean, it's been sitting there for a number of years.
Basically, I mean, you can't just spend it on anything. Basically, legal costs associated with disposition of the land, you know, or if we needed to go in there and, you know, do some repair or cleaning like on the existing drainage easement, that would be eligible for that also.
Okay, but we sell the property, so that's not going to be our obligation going forward, correct? So what other purpose can we use these funds for?
That's pretty much about it. It's tied to that initial piece.
Ed, can you speak to what you also found out from Mark Reed?
Oh, yeah, and you know, KP Law had confirmed this also, but Maureen had asked me to check with Mark Reed because Heritage had done that survey back in the early 80s. She just wanted to make sure and confirm that the farm easement the Fletchers have at the front along Route 10 is actually incorporated into and included in that 8.44 acre total, and it is.
Mm-hmm. Chris, did you want to make a comment about the bid?
Sorry, me?
Did you have a comment that you wanted to make about
Well, my thought is, I'm wondering in terms of, you know, just trying to be realistic. I mean, the process down there, there's so much tied into the drainage that Bob and Cheryl have already tried to do to mitigate the situation, let alone what they're going to hope to try to do if they can access a grant and whatever effort and costs they're going to incur to try and even get a grant. But to me, it's all part of a whole water network. So I was wondering whether or not one of the bidding criteria or something could be a little bit stronger than what I saw when I looked at the draft, which is just simply to say that a successful bidder would have to have a primary income from agricultural activities. Because I think you can't have just somebody coming off the street that has really no understanding of the whole situation as a whole, not just the 8 acres, but how it impacts the rest of the farm, and just do that on a lark because they want to put in a garden or something. I mean, I think we've got to have some serious, serious bidders that understand that, you know, agriculture is their livelihood too. That was my comment.
Okay, isn't that also one of the restrictions too, in terms of use of that land, is that it be someone that's primary livelihood is farming?
Well, it does have the APR restrictions on it, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's got to be used for that. Can't be used for anything else.
Mm-hmm. I just want to say something. I mean, I keep coming back to the same thing. Obviously, I want to generate revenue for this town, but this has a huge history, which again is somewhat sensitive and somewhat painful. We have a farmer in town. We're a right to farm community. We basically, this farmer asked to control the erosion on their property. Everything they did was authorized. And then they were told that that the efforts weren't enough. And we got money from that family in addition to $600 and something thousand to fix the problem. We did not fix the problem. The problem is worse. It's growing worse all the time. There's absolutely no question in my mind that the damage is not just to the town of Southampton, 8.44 acres. It's very clear. I walked the property. There's erosion everywhere. I don't feel comfortable using the money for the line item. Any grant that was gotten would have had to be returned. This is the Fowles family money, which was supposed to be for improvement of the land. We didn't use it. We bought the land for $1. I don't support a minimum bid. I think we can do something morally and ethically right by reversing what I don't think was a good chapter in our town's history. That's my feeling about it. I don't feel comfortable using the money. If it's $1,500 of legal fees, whatever, I'll donate towards that. I just don't feel right about any of this. And I think we're kicking it down the road. And just think about the amount of money the Fletcher's going to have to put out, or whoever buys the land to fix the problem. That's not even been a big consideration. This is a major problem that's getting worse. And we had a chance to do something about it, and we were not successful. That's my opinion. So let's go back to the bid. Chris made a suggestion that we add stronger language to the bid. We have to talk about what minimum bid, we have to talk about where the funds will come from in terms of closing costs. Or we maybe don't need to talk about at the moment, but where do we go?
Well, I would recommend taking that stipulation out that the purchaser pays the town's closing costs.
Any discussion or any other suggestions on the bid?
So do I need to make a motion to have that removed?
I think we're discussing any edits to the bid that we were presented with in the packet. So I think that it might be in addition to other recommendations. Chris made a recommendation that there be stronger language in terms of who would ultimately purchase it, had to have a background. I think, Ed, you're saying that you think that the fact that it's APR is enough. I kind of agree with Chris. I'd like to make sure that it's not a side sort of hobby of somebody. I think the intent of the APR is that it would be somebody whose livelihood is from agriculture. Matt, John, what do you want to say?
I don't know how we can restrict it that finite. I'm afraid that'll come back and bite us. I mean, I'm okay the way it is. I would prefer to have a dollar amount for legal costs if we're going to leave it in. If we're not going to leave it in, that's another thing. But I hate to stick somebody with that phraseology in there. They buy it thinking it's $1,500. All of a sudden, they get a bill for $6,000 or $8,000. You know.
Okay. What? You want to chime in at all, Matt?
No, I'm
Okay.
good.
Okay. So I guess the question is whether we're not going to add anything about the APR piece about the buyer. People are comfortable not putting that in there, or should we?
I guess my only thought on that reading was I'm not sure other people understand the level of restriction that the APR is.
Okay.
And this might be just a clause added to that. I don't know, stating that, per the APR regulations, the purpose of the Agricultural Preservation Act is to help people whose primary livelihood is gained from some sort of agricultural activity. So I just didn't know if that needed to be just further explained, just assuming that not everybody understands what APR is. That was my point, that's all.
Okay.
I think that's a good point of clarification. I would not have known that. I just would have thought you just have to use it for agriculture. Whether or not it relates to your primary source of income, I would not have known.
So does it say that it relates to your primary source of income? Those words, or because to me, if somebody was a gentleman farmer, and I don't know if that land's even appropriate for it, but again, I just want to make sure the wording is accurate. So if it says primary in there, then I think it's good to maybe break it out like Chris is saying and spell it out. But if it doesn't say primary in there, that may be another question.
Sometimes hi, it's Cheryl. So sometimes in proposals like this, they'll say that whoever is bidding has to file a Schedule F, which is profit or loss from farming. And so even if you have another, if you're a gentleman's farmer and you put up hay, but you work in an office or you work for highway department full-time, as long as you file on your tax return a Schedule F, that's showing that you received some sort of profit from farming. So sometimes contracts will ask for that. And if you're applying for any grants at the federal level or state level, they'll ask that, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're a full-time farmer, but that you derive some sort of your income. So you could do something like that. Mm-hmm. But I did have a question because Francine had mentioned maybe a month ago, and I think Chris just alluded to it, and in terms of, do you still have a question in terms of what, maybe not what the remedial action is or that you're planning, or when Chris is talking about the water systems, that is there even a general question in terms of what are your plans, so that if someone has not been following this and we're not successful, that they know that, and I asked APR this recently, how much is APR going to enforce that there be some kind of remedial efforts on that land, whether or not we're successful. I'm just saying, and Francine had mentioned that about a month ago.
Right.
And so I just didn't know if that was something like that was still in there.
Well, I think
there's a clause in here that says bidder shall supply a statement of purpose for the use of the property and intentions and plan to improve the erosion and drainage on the property, as well as their plan for the use of the property as farming and agricultural use.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, and then it says mitigation of the erosion control for the property is required.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So we're covered. Good.
That was one of the things I added in this last go-around.
Okay, so the questions that remain from what I hear are some either requiring the Schedule F or paying for the closing cost. So do we have a consensus on that, or what do you want to say about it?
Tell me if I'm wrong, and Cheryl might be the one to say this, but by the wording that we just went over, that probably should preclude asking for a Schedule F, correct?
Well, Bob just had a good point too. So remember that if someone says they're going to farm it or plant Christmas trees or something, they can't, because that farming easement is to us.
Right.
So we want to be really quick. That's why I listed all those facts on the letter, that concerns us, that farming easement is understood, that that's personal to us.
Yeah, they can cross it, but they can't block it from you.
They can't farm it either.
Right, they can't do anything in there to obstruct your passage.
Correct.
Yeah, you have the right to use that for your passage. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not sure if that just answered the question. Do we add the requests for a Schedule F from someone's most recent tax returns? Do we strike out the part about the closing costs? We have to come to, would somebody like to make a motion in terms of this bid?
I would like to move that we strike the language requiring the purchaser to cover the town's closing costs.
Would anybody like to second it?
I'll second it.
Okay, what other discussion do we have?
Anybody want to add that the bidder shall file a Schedule F from their most recent tax returns with their bid to it?
I don't know.
Do you want to amend the motion, Francine?
To add that to my motion?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all in all, I mean, it does say it. We're just asking for other documentation. All right, I'm fine adding Schedule F.
Okay. And just a point of procedure, I know, Chris, you have been abstaining from this because of being a butter. So the question is, are you able to second this motion?
Just probably better off not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. So we'll go back to Francine's motion. You just want to repeat what your motion is, Francine?
Okay, I move that we remove the clause that requires the purchaser to pay the town's closing costs for the sale of this property, and that we require the bidder to submit a copy of their Schedule F tax return.
Okay, does anybody want to second that? Okay, so that motion apparently doesn't carry. Would someone like to make another motion?
Before we do that, I have a concern with that Schedule F, because as I'm thinking about it, that may preclude somebody, and again, it's just for a procedural point of view, it may preclude somebody who wants to have a second business in the agricultural field, but because they haven't filed taxes in the past with that Schedule F, that would preclude them from bidding on it. So then procedurally, we would be excluding people who otherwise would be qualified to bid. So that's my concern with that.
Okay. Are you interested in making another motion, John?
My motion, no. I think we should leave that in there. So I just think we should refine it and put a finite number in there again, because it's almost like an open-ended indemnification clause that is saying you're going to pay for all legal costs, and if something comes along, and I don't want to see anybody hit with a huge bill.
Mm-hmm. So what, are you suggesting something else then?
My suggestion would be is take the actual costs that Ed came up with, which, I don't know, 2,500, 3,000 or something like that, and put that in place of the open-ended legal costs and say they will contribute this amount of money towards the town's legal costs. And if it goes over that amount, then they don't have to contribute anything because there's a finite number.
Mm-hmm. And not include the Schedule F?
No, because I think we're covered with all the other wording that Ed put in there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're not going to get somebody off the street that's interested in this. And, you know, we probably won't get anybody else. But the fact is that we've got enough restrictions in there. The property has to be used for what the property rightfully should be used for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you make that into a motion, then I would second that.
Okay, so I would make a motion that we alter Ed's RFB where it says successful bidder shall pay the town's legal costs for development of the purchase and sale agreement and the deed, along with any closing costs not to exceed $2,500.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay, further discussion?
Okay, just one clarification on that. Is John's motion intended to cover those legal costs for the development of the purchase and sale agreement and the deed, along with any closing costs, but it's the actual closing costs up to $2,500, or is intention also to cover those existing legal costs that we've estimated at $1,161 in there?
Okay, with just the $2,500 maximum, not going backwards or anything like that. And while we're in discussion here, let me bring something up. At a prior meeting, we had voted to accept the RFP with no minimum amount because we were under the assumption that it was landlocked. So with that motion on the books, and I don't know if Ed or Robert can tell us, do we need to rescind that motion first because it is on the books and this counter acts that motion?
I'm not sure what you mean, John.
Okay, at a prior meeting, there was a vote of the select board that we would put the RFP out without a minimum bid. And that was based on the fact that at the time we thought it was landlocked. So since then, we've had several discussions, probably too many, on this. So now we're voting to another motion that there will be a minimum, or I'm sorry, not to exceed $2,500 amount. So we already have one motion to put it out there without a minimum, but it was under circumstances that weren't accurate. So do we have to withdraw that one first?
Well, my personal feeling is that that motion was to not include a minimum bid with the IFB. There was no part read in the motion that was conditional upon it not having any frontage. So,
and that wasn't my understanding at the time of voting. That's not why I voted for the no minimum bid.
It's still a standing vote not to have a minimum bid in there. That's good. Now, my only question to John in his motion is he said not to exceed $2,500, and I'd like to ask him where he came up with the $2,500 since.
I thought you said like 1,500 and 1,100.
Well, I said 1,500 is the
estimate, right?
Estimate that it wouldn't exceed from K&P law for the purchase and sale agreement and deed. The 1,100 was the other figure of legal costs that got us to this point, you know, for like getting it ready for the town meeting.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, so
that's where I came up with it. I just rounded it
okay.
to I can't say an even number, but.
Okay, I didn't think your intention was to include that. That's what threw me off.
You know, I'm still thinking out loud that we are setting a precedent here of asking people to cover the costs, the legal costs in a transaction with the town, and whether or not we've done that in the past. And there have been people, I think, who've cost the town a great deal of money in legal costs, and they were never obligated to pay.
When was the last time the town sold some property?
That I don't know.
Right, so my comment.
But I'm sure there may have been another occasion, or going forward, is that what we're going to do each time? I mean, if you're going to do it, you're going to do it into perpetuity. That's a decision we're making.
This particular one, I'm just trying to get this off so it gets out and we can settle it, because we don't want to keep bringing it back.
I know, and that was why I supported your motion, but I'm still.
Yeah.
I'm still.
It may not be a bad precedent, but you know, you're right.
Well, like I said, for me, it's more of an ethical, moral issue for me. And it's not a lack of recognition of the needs of finances in the town and all of that. I just come back to the fact that we bought this land for $1. We had $600 and something thousand to try to do something with it, and the land is worse. And a family went into bankruptcy over this. And so, to me, I just, I just don't feel right about a lot of this. I'll be honest with you. I would like to, I'd really like to move this along. I really would. It sounds like we're a little bit apart. We don't feel a need to add a Schedule F. I think the issue is, do we include a minimum bid and or coverage of legal? If you're not comfortable with covering of legal and setting a precedence, then maybe a minimum bid that, I just feel like, just like to, have an open discussion about this and come to some kind of consensus if that's at all possible.
And I think because we have a motion and a second here, do we need to vote on it? If it doesn't go through, will you come back and try something else?
Okay, Ed raised a question of clarification then. So the $2,500, was your question answered, Ed?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Okay, so I guess the motion on the table is to accept the bid as it is, to not include a Schedule F in the proposal, and to add the that the buyer would cover the legal costs, development of purchase and sale closing costs at a tune of $2,500 and no more if it ends up being more than that. Is that the way it was intended?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and second. All those in favor? In a roll call bid?
Martin, aye.
Falls, abstain.
You're on mute, Matt.
Okay, is there anybody voting against it?
We've only had 2 of the 5.
Yes, I know.
With the vote so far.
Oh, gosh. I'm going to abstain too.
Francine?
It's the whole thing of setting a precedent that's bothering me.
I'm uncomfortable with a lot of things with all of it, with where we've gone with this, but I don't have anything really more to say about it. Honestly, like we've gone too far with this, I think. But so I don't really know how to solve it now. I don't have any good ideas.
Well, what's the
I don't
holdup?
have much comment.
Well, Francine, do you want to just vote and then we'll either move on to a different motion or I'll chime in, or what do you want to do?
I want to do the right thing.
Yeah, I think we all do. But...
And that's and I'm struggling with that.
I'll make it easier with you, Francine, okay? I'm voting against it. I'm going to say nay.
Well, if that made it easier on Francine or harder.
Puts her in the hot seat, yeah.
No, it's not going to carry now. Now I'd like to propose another motion.
I disagree.
Wait a minute,
I disagree. You've got 2 abstentions.
Francine, go ahead.
Okay, I will What if I abstain?
Okay, so we have one for, one against, and 3 abstentions.
So you
Okay.
have basically a no vote, so it doesn't carry.
No vote. All right, so I'd like to propose another discussion is if people are not comfortable with the idea of setting a precedent on. Huh?
I have a point of order.
Okay.
I would say this about sitting in the audience. We didn't elect you to abstain. You either vote for something or you vote against it. Chris Fowles has a reason because she's in a butter. But you, as a select board, have to vote yay or nay. And that's what I have to say.
I agree. It's not an easy decision. We all know that, but we've got to step up and vote what we feel is good and go from there. And nobody's mad at anybody for voting any particular way. We just have to do it.
Then I will vote nay.
Matt?
Then I'll vote yes.
Okay, so so that it does not carry, I would like to discuss the possibility if the stumbling block has to do with setting a precedence for covering of closing costs and so forth, that we don't traditionally do that we don't, haven't done in the past. We don't want to set a precedence. Why not a motion that proposes a minimum bid then?
All right, look, can I just chime in here, because we got to get back to basics here for me. You've lost me in all of this. And it's not because I'm not paying attention. It's just because I can't. We are treating this extremely differently than we would treat anything else because of the people involved in the history, and I'm questioning whether or not that's the right thing to be doing. We're spending an inordinate amount of time. I mean, I'm just going to state it because it's factually correct. We all love the Fletchers. I know I personally do, and I'm going to speak to that. And I think that everything that we're doing and every effort here, and the reason why we're taking so much time is because of that. And whether these statements get me in trouble or not, they're factually correct. And I'm speaking for myself, but I'm pretty sure I'm speaking for everybody here, because this is so painful because of this. Because we all know the people involved and we're all trying to direct traffic here. But I think we all need to really look at whether or not we're like doing the right thing.
I feel very
We all really need to look at
with my
that seriously.
I feel very comfortable with my decision, Matt, just so
Okay.
you know.
That's good.
I mean,
I'm uncomfortable with how much we're directing traffic here on this. It's gone too far, I think. But that's me. And that doesn't, trying to keep separate like my positive and loving friendship with the Fletchers. There's just part of me I'm very uncomfortable right now with this whole thing.
And that's been my issue right along. We're elected officials with a fiduciary responsibility, and by putting family or personal ties or anything like that in our decision makes it questionable. And I don't think any of us want that to be questionable.
No,
I think that's where Matt was coming from.
At this point, I don't even care about the money. I don't care about the money. I just care about how we've acted in all of this.
I feel like I have ethical and moral obligations. I have fiduciary responsibilities, but I also have an ethical and moral one, and that is what my compass is right now. And so I'm not going to put that below or above the financial. We bought the land.
I don't have a financial problem at this point. We're talking about such a small amount of money.
That's fine.
I just think. I just have a problem.
I'm going back to if we have we needed a record of we having passed along legal costs in other transactions that we've had with other people. If that's been a requirement, I don't know.
I don't know of any time that we've done that. Obviously, when we apply for grants like Glendale, we included those fees in the grant award. I can't think of a time that we have actually sold land to somebody and asked them to cover the expenses.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Have we ever sold land where we haven't asked for a minimum bid? Just for devil's advocate?
I don't know. I don't know.
Probably not.
Question. Yeah.
Have we ever sold? I mean, let me just go one step further. Have we ever sold any? Well, I guess that's probably not true. I'm sure we've sold staplers and ridiculous things.
So Matt, make a motion where there's a minimum bid then.
What?
Make a motion where there's a minimum bid then.
I don't know what a minimum bid is now at this point. Rini, I wish I could, but I don't know what one is, and like apparently I don't know. I'm not an expert, and we obviously, and like the only paperwork that we have to go off of this, if everything that's being stated is true, it doesn't make sense, and so unfortunately that's an issue too. Like if the 26 acres is truly, which I have not looked this up and independently verified it, but I'm assuming it to be true, which is a hell of an assumption. But if the 26 acres next to it is worth $11,000 on an appraised value, and this 8 acres is worth $25,000 or whatever it is, that doesn't make sense to me at all, if that's true.
Well, let me make one comment on that. This is town-owned property. We don't pay taxes. So we would never argue with what that assessment is.
What do you mean by that? Does anybody ever argue their assessment?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
All the time.
All the time.
I guess I'm the odd man out. I thought you just kind of take what you're served.
No, if you feel that your value on your house is out of line, there's a process to, file for an abatement on that.
I'll take that under advisement. Yeah. I don't know.
I will.
I want to see this move along, and I want to see it end.
Hey, Robert, I hear you, man, that they voted us to vote on these things. I mean, I notwithstanding, like, I want like to not be a part of this at all at this point, but I just.
Well, that's not your obligation, Matt.
I get it, but I'm just speaking. I'm speaking how I feel. You've asked me to talk, so I'm talking. Yeah.
Well, one motion that hasn't been made and followed through on is to just remove that clause that the bidder shall pay the town's legal costs for development of the purchase and sale agreement and the deed along with any closing costs.
Okay. Would someone like to make that motion?
Wasn't that my original motion?
Well, you ended up getting amended to include
to include the F, yes, yeah. To include the F schedule. Yep. That was my original motion. So I'll.
What is that motion again, please?
To delete the clause in the document
that says successful bidder shall pay the town's legal costs for development of the purchase and sale agreement and the deed along with any closing costs.
And so what does that effectively do? Just put the bid out to no minimum bid. Anybody can bid on it.
Well, we can make any amendments after that.
Well, I'm just saying, is that what it does? I just want to make sure that
Well, it's currently there is no minimum bid in here.
Okay, so there's no minimum bid. So removing that effectively allows the property, you bid whatever you want, and that's the only cost you have to pay.
Correct.
It doesn't preclude somebody from making another motion after that.
I get it. I get it. I just want to know what I'm voting on. That's all. Okay, I second that.
Did Francine, you make a motion?
I did.
Okay. All right, Matt, second. Any other discussion of removing the obligation of the bidder buyer to cover the cost of the town?
Thank you, Ed.
All those. Okay, thanks, Ed. All in favor?
Tishman, aye.
Roland, aye.
Martin, aye.
Roden, aye. Okay, so we remove the F schedule.
And Christine's abstaining again, correct?
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, I'll abstain.
Okay, so as of right now, we've removed the clause about covering of cost, and we have removed the Schedule F discussion. What other additions would you like to make?
Wasn't the motion to accept this as it's written minus that one paragraph?
I don't
originally, yes.
So that's what that was the motion that passed. So I think we're all set, Randy.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Now I'm gonna drill you again. Is what would you like me to fill in here for dates, and how would you like me to put this out to the public?
And when we sold property in the past, how did we advertise it? Because I think we did it by auction, a couple properties, right? But that goes back a ways.
It might go back a ways, and depending on the time and the value, you might have been required to use a certain methodology when you did the auction. Because it's under $35,000,
Yep.
You're really not tied to anything. I think you want to put it at least on the town bulletin board and on the website that it's available. I don't know what you want to do other than that. If you want to put it in the newspaper or not, you don't have to. And then just help me fill in the dates of, when the bid should come back and when they'll be opened at a meeting and awarded.
Now, you said you usually have them out there, what, 2 weeks?
No, I would usually go 3 to 4.
Okay. Well, that gives us a timeline. So if we issued it by Friday the 19th, then count out 3 weeks? Or could you do it by this Friday?
Let me back into that. I'm going to ask once again of how you want to get the message out that it's available, because if we have to advertise in the newspaper and you make that a requirement,
yes,
it might change all that.
Okay. And I'll come back and ask, how have we done it in the past? I don't know.
Like I say, there are requirements to dispose of property that go by the property's values. I don't know what was disposed of in the past. If they were over that value, you would have had to advertise. In the newspaper. In this particular case, you're under the $35,000 level, so you're not necessarily required to do that, but you may want to. I don't know. The newspaper advertisement isn't cheap.
And that would be paid for out of that money.
What money?
The one that's that line item that's there in the budget for that property.
You haven't authorized anything to come out of there.
I'm asking a question. Would it come out of that?
Ed, why don't you propose dates to us? You're a little bit more familiar with the process and what has to happen. Can you just give us, you're suggesting 3 to 4 week period of time of the bid being out there. How much time is needed between now and the actual bid getting out there to do what needs to happen? I think at this particular point, it would be helpful if you gave us a little bit of guidance on dates.
We're not changing a whole heck of a lot in this, so okay. That's not going to take me very long as far as actually having the document ready. Let me get over my calendar.
How about July 1?
You mean have it ready to go out for July 1?
Yeah.
That's easy to do. I can have it ready to go out before that. Even if you required it to be in a newspaper, I'm sure we can get it advertised before that.
Okay.
So, I mean, what are our intended July meetings? Is it the 7th and the 21st?
That would be every 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Then I would say ask to have them back on July 21st.
So July 21 to the 21st. Okay. Any other discussion or any other action we have to take?
I will back into that. I will let them know that any questions have to be asked probably about 5 to 7 days before that.
Mm-hmm.
And then the only other thing is, how would the select board like this to be known, that it's out there in any other methodology other than posting on the town website or the town bulletin board.
And the newspaper.
And you want the newspaper ad? Okay.
I mean, what do other people feel about that?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
All right, it shall be done.
Okay, just want to do thank you, everybody. I know that was not an easy discussion, and it has been a long, long road. And obviously, there's a lot of connection and history and all that. So thank you for staying with that. Just want to do a check-in. We have a pretty, significant agenda still left to do. Do you want to just keep forging on? Do we want to split and do some things next week? Do you want to just keep going on? What's your choice?
Personally, I don't know that we want to go to midnight today. It's been a tough meeting so far.
Yeah, I know. How do people feel about scheduling an extra meeting and meeting next week and just, covering, agreeing to cover what's needed going forward here?
This is Tammy Walunas, 298 College Highway. There are some people on this line or on here tonight that are waiting to hear about the disclosures that are in new business. Is there any possibility that you could do those so they can get off?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Thank you so much.
I'm thinking there's a couple of quick things. If you want to set a time limit and just go down the list and check off the things that are the easy to, easy business stuff, we can do that.
I think anything that's time sensitive that we need to make a decision on.
Yeah.
We have to do.
Okay. So do you want to set a end date for tonight's meeting? Either 10:30, 11?
Make it 11.
Okay. Is everybody in agreement?
Sure.
We'll go down the list and we'll come back to skip over and then come back to as time allows. We already heard about the Glendale Road project, done, just paperwork. Anything else, Ed?
No, that's it. Physically, it's been completed, and it just will be paperwork by Mass DOT to complete that.
Okay. Extended accident and sickness is a little bit more of a discussion. Thank you, John, for all your work on that. Can we come back to that and just keep going down the list a little bit?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay. How about the open space and recreation plan update? There's a meeting Thursday night.
Yeah, at 5:30. So Ken Comia has sent us out some draft sections to go over for that. So we'll keep moving forward on that. And the one piece that I said earlier with the extension of the timeline of the MVP grant, actually the timeline on this gets extended too, because this is funded under that MVP grant.
Right. Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And the next is anything on the water main replacement?
No, nothing new.
Okay. So we're on to new business. The Kellogg 90 Pleasant Street request to move 69 square feet of land per attorney Kemp letter of request.
Correct. And this one, you've got the letter and the map in your packet, and they're looking to square off their property line for their own house and remove 6,969 square feet from a parcel that has a little over 600,000 in it from Chapter 61A. This is the one I had let the select board know about a month ago.
Right.
Because while if the Kellogg's wanted to carve out a 40,000 square foot lot out of that 600,000 for their children, the statute's specific that they can. However, when it comes to carving out a smaller piece, not to give to their children or whatever, it falls into a little bit of a gray area. And it was interesting because I got into a discussion with Katie at KP Law, because I just looked at it and said, well, if you can carve out a 40,000 square foot lot for your own use or for your children's use, you must be able to carve out a 6,900 square foot piece to square off your own lot, because it's, again, for your own use, it's your own residence. And she basically came back and she said she could give me an answer 50-50 on this one, because while my rationale made sense, the statute doesn't specifically address someone pulling out a small piece to use on their own residence in this particular matter. So what Katie recommended to me was to have Attorney Kemp send the select board a letter, not to ask for a formal waiver of right of refusal, but just to say, here's what's going on. Does it make sense to you? Is it all right if this gets done? And that's why it's here.
And the Board of Assessors approved the release of the property from 61A, according to this letter.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I'd have to rely on the committee who has that as their primary responsibility.
Right. And then the other thing was that the assessors, because it was for their own residential use, there is, through the statutes, because the question had been asked, there were no rollback taxes on this.
All right, I make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
Okay, any questions or discussion? All those in favor?
Tishman, aye.
Fowles, aye.
Roland, aye.
Martin, aye.
Roden, aye. The next two items are the building commissioner job posting update and the building commissioner screening committee. Are those a little bit on hold until after tomorrow, John?
I would say so.
Okay, so just put them on for next time, as well as the update?
And,
okay.
And if we stay with only 2 candidates or even get to 3, we may not even need a screening committee. But just bring the candidates directly to the select board.
Okay. And is that still posted, Ed?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. We have 3 disclosures for non-elected municipal employees of financial interest, Randall Kemp, the Highway Department, 10 Birchwood Circle, another one involving Randall Kemp, 62 Gun Road, and another one, Randall Kemp Highway Superintendent, 62 and 151 East Street. His wife is the attorney for these transactions. Could I have a motion then to accept the disclosures?
So moved.
Motion.
Okay, so that was Francine and John. Who'd like to be the primary?
John.
John, okay, thanks. Francine, second. Discussion? These are pretty routine. She's an attorney involved in a lot of real estate transactions, and so it's to just be transparent about the connection or relationship. So,
correct. Randall will file a number of these each year as they come up. He is very conscientious about it.
Yep, that's good. All right, motion and second. All those in favor?
Tishman, aye.
Fowles, aye.
Roland, aye.
Martin, aye.
And Groden, aye. Thank you. And thanks for hanging in there on the Zoom.
And I will put those in the select board mailbox in the break room for your signature sometime when you're going by, Rini.
Okay, thanks. Next is the COVID-19 update.
All right. As I had said earlier, that the staff had returned to town hall as of yesterday. We distributed masks, nitrile gloves, and hand sanitizer to each office for their use should they want to use them. We are now into phase 2 of reopenings, and there are some, the restaurants, I want to make it a point to let you know that they are able to open for outdoor dining at this point in time, no indoor dining. As of yet, we have not had any of our restaurants show any interest in having outdoor dining, but just to let you know, if a restaurant wanted to pursue outdoor dining, whether they had an alcoholic license or not, the select, yeah, the select board is the permitting authority that they would have to come to for that outdoor seating permit. So my original thought was that the select board would be the permitting authority only if they had, you know, a beer and wine or an alcohol license. But like I say, even if a restaurant which did not have those wanted to do outdoor seating, that permit application would have to come to the select board. Retail stores are able to start opening again. We have strict restrictions on the amount of customers they can have in and staff, and it's based on 1,000 square feet. Some outdoor areas additional outdoor areas are allowed to open up again. Still, the magic number is groups of 5. Youth sports team can start to practice or do drills. They cannot, you know, actually practice the outdoor sport itself or have games, but they can have practices or drills limited to, again, not to exceed 10 individuals. There are some, if there are occasions where that group might have, you know, 15 or 20 participants, they can do separate drills in those groups of up to 10, and they could basically move around and do different drills, but you cannot intermix the participants in those groups of 10. Playgrounds are allowed to open up again if the entity that is in control of them wishes to allow them to open. There are very strict restrictions on having them disinfected after each use. That you know, if it's parents are required to be there where their children are utilizing those playgrounds, and social distancing and masks are still required for those particular use. Daycares are actually allowed to reopen, but I think it'll be a while before at least a couple of weeks before we see any of those actually reopening. The restrictions and the new ratios are, I've heard some people use the word draconian, much like in the schools. So I think that number one, to actually meet all the requirements and gain all the equipment and the PPE that's required, it'll take, you know, several weeks for an entity that wants to reopen to be able to do that. And the actual drop in the ratios, which is actually almost half the ratio of a, you know, teacher to student in the daycares. Like I say, they have been cut in half. So the actual cost to actually provide that service have gone up dramatically.
Ed, just a question, maybe I missed it. If people are using the playground like at Conant Park, like the slide and the swings and all that, who's responsible for disinfecting?
We would be, and I don't know if the park commission has actually removed that playground, or how they say, allowed that to happen as of yet, to be honest with you.
Got it. Okay. And then the second thing is our food establishments in town, whether they're Cumby's Coffee Bar or Paisanos, do they all know that they're supposed to come with a request for a permit?
Yes, Jerry went out and visited anybody that had a food permit and let them know that. I mean, it's more likely not the Cumby's or any of those. It's going to be Paisanos, Westlake, Subway. The Big Y want to set up a tent outside so that their people, once they got something inside as a ready to go, could go out and eat it type of thing. We thought from Jerry talking to him that before, and I haven't heard any differently, that at least Paisanos and Westlake weren't really interested at this point in time.
Okay, thanks.
Ed, did you want to talk about the meeting on Monday with the police, fire, highway, EMD, and Board of Health?
Oh, sure. And that actually went very well. Most the police and fire, both of them, the staff is doing well. They're healthy. It's actually slowed down a little bit for both of those departments as far as COVID-19 calls are going. Board of Health was garnering up for this week with phase 2 being announced of, for the food establishments, going around to them and letting them know or find out if they're interested in opening up outside. But also some of the added questions that may be coming from some of the retail outlets and other entities that are allowed to be open or offer their programs again at this particular time, because even with what we do, the announcements that come from the state are very general. They leave an awful lot up to the shall we say discretion or interpretation, or the shall we say the follow-up for compliance with the local boards of health. So I'll actually say check with your local boards of health. So they were getting busy for that. And then we were also talking about the fact that the deadline for that CARES Act filing did get postponed from last Friday to this Friday. So there are some adjustments that were going to be made in those requests, and they were going to update their requests and get them back to me for this week.
Well, it's good to hear that everybody's healthy, and police and fire, and that the numbers are going down.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's a little concerned with the protests going on, not concerned about them getting out of hand or anything, but the people are closer together than 6 feet when they are protesting. They are groups of much more than 10 and whatever. So the thought is that, okay, because of these, mass gatherings and the non-social distancing, is this going to cause a spike in the COVID-19 cases? And is it possible that we may end up taking a step back through this phasing process? Because even though each phase is designed to be about 3 weeks, at any time, if the trends reverse themselves and start to increase, the governor can turn around and actually move us back a phase.
Right. Okay, thanks.
Question, Renee, was there any further discussion about, I think that you'd mentioned last time there was a $9,000 grant that BOH got, and they were looking at a vaccination program. Has there been any thought about reconsidering that and using it for other things more urgently, or is that still the plan?
It's still the plan as far as I know, and they did submit that budget I believe. But that was my question, because, my understanding is they're not really doing local immunization clinics like they used to. The flu clinics are now done in drugstores. Some of the actual drug companies that develop these vaccines are now contracting directly with CVS Caremark. That's what's happening right now with the shingles vaccine. So I wasn't really, apparently they haven't incurred a lot of expense through all of this. And so the $9,000 is for future use.
Is there any way that money could go back to the funding source? I mean, if at some point they choose to ask to be used for a different purpose? Legitimately related to COVID. I'm not talking about using it for general anything, but.
You mean actually us losing it and having to send it back through PVPC?
No. Just asking whether or not they would allow us to use it for a different purpose related to COVID, other than something that may, the vaccination program may. Who knows when that's going to happen? And
I'm happy to bring that or email the Board of Health chair about that as their liaison. I'm also, their meetings, the last two meetings have actually been on channel 191. So it hasn't really allowed, direct, during the meeting participation. But you're welcome, if you'd rather, to send something directly to Board of Health on that, or I'm happy to bring that if you'd rather. But that was the question I had, really. Because the whole case tracing hasn't cost any money. I know there's signage. The CARES Act is coming in through the town, but that $9,000 was two separate payments of $5,000 and $4,000, and it went directly to the Board of Health.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that with the grant, I mean, they asked for the money for that purpose, and that's why it was awarded. Were you allowed to change your mind, or would they reconsider?
I didn't think.
Well, actually, the money came into the Board of Health as DPH funding to all local boards of health, and then they decided what to do with the money. So it wasn't that they applied for the money.
I see. Oh, that's different.
Yeah. So they actually had the money and then decided to spend it. The budget was going to be for an immunization clinic primarily. Do you want to write to them directly, or would you like me to bring that concern? I'm fine either way, Francine.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly are more knowledgeable in terms of some of the nuances of all of this, so I would appreciate if you would take it to them.
Okay, I'll send it.
You can mention me, certainly, but.
Okay. All right, I'm happy to do that. So now we're talking about the one, any other questions about COVID? Obviously, a lot of the focus is going to be on keeping everybody safe and reopening with a lot of unknowns. 112 budget process.
Yeah, and just to let you know, it's not totally based just on the fiscal year 20 budget. I mean, we will use that for a baseline, but there are items that or additional items that can be included in here, and items that can't be included in here for fiscal year 21. And what we'll do is we'll file basically a monthly expenditure plan until we have the annual town meeting and the budget is adopted. So just wanted to go over a few things with the select board. Monthly expenditure plan should include an expenditure estimate for operations in the general fund and enterprise funds, which would be the water and the transfer station. It can include amounts sufficient to cover the regional school district pension or other similar assessments. So in the cases where our pension assessment would go up for retirement payments or any contracts that we would usually pay up front for fiscal year 21, those can be accounted for in the 1/12 budget. So you're not totally tied in those items to the amounts that were expended back in fiscal year 20. It can also include debt service payments. So if debt service payments changed or went up, you can include those in there. Monthly budget plan cannot include any activities for which you have reason to believe will not be supported by the relevant appropriations once adopted. Increases in salaries called for in collective bargaining agreements that have not previously been approved by the legislative body or COLAs. Appropriations such as reserve premiums, overlay surplus, free cash, stabilization, or other similar fund balances. Capital or other items that ordinarily require special purpose appropriation by town or district meeting. And let's see. Or estimated fiscal year 2020 COVID-19 emergency expenditure deficits or any other emergency expenditure deficits given authorization by the director. And those are pretty much the the caveats or the main differences between just taking your fiscal year 20 budget and saying it's 1/12 of that, or looking at what your expenditures were for fiscal year 20. So, like I say, like the retirement, where that's usually paid for the most part up front, we can include what the actual assessment is for fiscal year 21. When the school assessment comes due, we can pay that on the fiscal year 21 estimate of what that assessment is, and not what was actually done for this fiscal year 20.
Ed, can you let John into the meeting?
Oh, I'm sorry. He's back in. Didn't realize he had left. All right.
Okay, does anybody have any questions about, and you said that you'd have a draft of the budget by about when?
For our next meeting. I'll have it for you.
Next meeting, okay. Does anybody have any questions about the budget, about the 1/12 formula, which has been approved for 3 months beyond July 1? Nope. Okay. Thanks, Ed.
You're welcome.
John, are you with us?
Yeah, my internet went down. I couldn't get back in till Ed let me back in.
Oh, okay. Do you want to review anything that he said? He was talking about the 1/12 budget, what was allowed, what's not. It's not exactly a fraction of like 2020 because of the front-loaded expenses and that sort of thing. Did you want more information about that? He's going to give us a draft of the budget next meeting.
Okay, is there any major point that I missed that you might want to go over? I don't want to spend all the same time.
Well, probably one of the two biggest things I see in it is you're not stuck directly to 1/12 of your fiscal year 20 budget. Yeah, I mean any assessments, whether they be school, retirement, items like that are generally paid up front in the fiscal year. You can actually base them on what the actual estimates are for 21 and not for 20. You can actually include salary increases for those that are in collective bargaining agreements that have already been agreed to, but you can't include, if you were in the process of finalizing a collective bargaining agreement or negotiating it, you cannot include those potential increases, nor can you include COLA increases, whether it's for union members or non-union.
Well, that's good news, and that if the contract, we can honor them right from the start.
Right, exactly.
Good, thanks.
You're welcome.
So the next item is about state and federal funding for the East Street for East Street and the bike trail. That was based on an email that Charlie had sent, just sort of reminding us that was still on the calendar. And John, you're an alternate, I think, to the MPO. And so as of right now, I think it's fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2025. We're still on the list for funding for the East Street Bridge from County Line Street to Route 10, and also I think about $6 million towards bike trail. And the suggestion was to continue to press for CPC funds to be able to be used for bike trails, greenways. So
yeah, I've got that email, and Charlie reminded me, and because of the EMD piece lately, I have a hard time disseminating what is business and what might be public comment. And Charlie had let me know that he wanted to let us know. So I'm just going to read that email, and it says, "Dear Board, I want to remind you that Southampton is still in line for state and federal funding. See the attachment. 2025 Southampton 604-653 rehabilitation of East Street from College Highway easterly to County Road, 2.6 miles, $4.9 million. 2020 fiscal year 2022, Southampton 607-823, Southampton Greenway Rail Trail construction from Coleman Road to Route 10, 3.5 miles, $6 million. And then he did make the comment that John Martin has an alternate seat on the MPO board. You might want to bring this up at your next meeting, as the state needs to push to approve the bill to allow CPA monies to purchase the Greenway." And then a couple of follow-ups on that is we will have to do the design for East Street for them to actually move forward with it and actually pay for the construction with the tip money. Now that we are at 90% design on the bridge, and we didn't want to move forward with the design of East Street itself until we actually knew what the bridge was going to look like, how it was going to be laid out with some of the new regulations. You know, was it going to have sidewalks on both sides of it? Was it going to be one side or whatever? Because we didn't want to start the design process for the road and have them not line up. So I would like to suggest, now that we're at 90% design on that, it's not going to change very much, you know, if at all, significtogether, that I would recommend that the select board allow me to put together a request for qualification for engineering firms to actually do the design for the East Street roadway, and probably in 2 phases. First phase from College Highway to the East Street Bridge, and the second phase from the East Street Bridge out to County Road. And so we can start thinking about that, get it out there. Usually what will happen from that is we'll get the request for qualifications back. I'd probably recommend that Randall Kemp, the highway superintendent, myself, and maybe one member of the select board sit on the shall we say, rankings of those requests for qualifications. Usually then we'd take the top 2 or 3 ranked engineering firms and bring them in for an interview process with the select board itself, and then go ahead and award that and move forward with the design process. So would like to recommend that we start that.
I think that's a great idea, Ed. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then just one other note, I can't say a lot about it. I did receive a tip of a possible other funding source for the purchase of the Greenway. So I'm going to look into that and see if my tip is actually true or not, and see if there's any possibility behind it, because if there is, it might be a quicker quicker way to fund its purchase rather than, especially with all this COVID stuff going on, of waiting for that amendment to the CPA law that would allow us to use CPA funds to acquire that right away. It might take some time for that to actually go through and actually be passed. So, I mean, I will still stay on our contacts in the legislature to find where that is and try to lobby for it moving forward. But in the next week, I want to follow up and see if there is any possibility to actually use this other funding source. If there is even a decent possibility that it might come true, I think it's a good way for us to go.
That would be great, Ed. I know my daughter moved back to Western Mass, and when she came to visit, she said, "Mom, East Street's really bad." And it actually is. So I think it'd be great.
Yeah, this time of year I travel over it twice a day. So, but yeah. Like I said, the holdup became when the bridge became the priority. Is it didn't necessarily, the town didn't necessarily, it didn't make sense for it to move forward with designing the roadway and finding out the roadway design had to be redone to match up what the new rules and regulations were going to be on the bridge. So.
Right.
There's been a lot of people commenting on the Southampton community page, what's going on with the road, et cetera, et cetera. So I know I directed them to Ed or come into the Zoom meeting, but there is a lot of interest out there to find out what's going on. So hopefully people are watching now, so they will.
Great. So it sounds like, Ed, you're looking for a motion and you're looking for a representative from the select board to be part of the review with Randall and others. So would somebody like to volunteer and or create a motion?
I'd like to volunteer, since construction and the statute that it falls under I'm very familiar with, so I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, is anybody else interested? Okay, all right, so that'd be great. Thanks, John. Yep. Would someone like to make a motion then?
What do we need the motion to say, Rini?
Right, yeah.
We need a motion to say that, yeah, didn't you say you need a motion to put forth a
The RFQ for the design work, right?
request for design for the East Street Bridge in 2 phases?
RFQ, a request for qualification for engineering firms to perform the design work on the East Street roadway, and probably to design that in 2 phases, one from College Highway to the East Street Bridge, and the second phase, the East Street Bridge to County Road.
I'll make the motion as Ed stated it.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, any further discussion? What?
That was Chris, the second?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Any further discussion? Okay, it's great to see this moving forward. All those in favor?
Tishman, aye.
Fowles, aye.
Roland, aye.
Martin, aye.
And Groden, I apologize. I didn't mean to say, presume a positive vote before it actually even happened. So anyway.
So, quick question, Ed. So you'll let me know when the meeting's going to be?
Yeah, well, we'll have to get the, well, if you want to help me with the RFQ, you can do that too. But like I say, once the RFQs go out and come back, I would look for a subcommittee other than the select board itself to rank those. So I will keep you posted.
If you need any help, let me know. Otherwise, just let me know.
Absolutely.
All right, thanks, John. We next item is a PCF for temporary building commissioner, Tom Quinlan. We all know the history on this, has to go through the usual channels. And so that was in your packet. In our packet?
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is treated as a new hire, is that right?
It's a temporary position, so it's, so, I mean, it's a new hire as a temporary position, though. There are restrictions to that.
Right. It's temporary, can't exceed 12 weeks. It's actually, like I say, Tom has let me know that he's got to discontinue the services at some point, and I had already filled it in. Basically, this appointment as a temporary building commissioner will expire on July 31st. And it's not benefits eligible except for what's required by law, and Tom has signed a waiver form that he does not need the health insurance.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Do you want to make that motion pending review by PQB, or
They've already voted on it, and it's been signed by the chair.
Okay. Okay. Any questions about the actual PCF? Up to 30 hours, waiver of insurance, temporary, $40 per hour.
And did we end up finally doing the office hour part of this last time?
This is actually everything.
Okay.
So the way it works, it'll be $40 an hour, whether he's doing office time, whether he's doing inspections, or what have you.
Got it.
Now, who seconded this motion? Anybody?
Yeah, good question.
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions about the PCF? Okay, all those in favor?
Tishman, aye.
Paul's aye.
Roland, aye.
Martin, aye.
And Groden, aye. All right, no license or permits, warrants, Francine?
P 20-48 for $272,062.58. PD 20-48 for $46,127.77. And PD 20-48A for $168,585.27.
Okay, any questions about that? We don't have any documents for signature. We have no minutes to approve. Anything on the pending items, Ed?
No.
Okay. We have a next meeting on the 23rd. We have a list of proposed articles for the annual town meeting, but now that the town meeting isn't going to be until August, and some of this might be significantly pared down, unless anybody has any questions about any of this, I think we'll just move along from these. Does anybody have any questions about any of this that you want to talk about?
Yeah.
Case, if we can just go back to the one thing we skipped over, and maybe John put together a proposal for the short and long-term disability. And we had a presentation. We've been talking about this. PQB has been talking about this. Ed sent out the PowerPoint that PQB did in, I think it's 2016.
16, yes.
They had actually entertained proposals, and the decision was made not to actually accept any of them, I believe. So what do you want to say, John?
Well, I mean, I think we all agree we have to do something with this 26-week open-ended sick leave policy. Are we all on the same page on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, my experience with it, there's short-term disability, long-term disability, and I've seen it both places where short-term and long-term paid for by the company. Short-term is paid for, long-term is paid by the employee, and vice versa. Short-term by the employee, long-term by the vendor, or both by the employee. So there's multiple ways to do it out there. I mean, what I'm used to working for the state is that we were able, and it's similar to probably what Art gave, we're able to accumulate X amount of sick time that that would cover the short term, and then long term was available to be paid by the employee. So we would allow employees to accumulate sick leave up to 13 weeks. And then after 13 weeks, if they chose up front to buy long-term disability, that would cover them after that point. That would mean changing our whole system of accumulating sick time, which puts a heck of a burden on the budget if that sick time that's accumulated has any portion that's paid out. For instance, the state paid out 20% when I left, and I had maxed out. So it was, it's an expense for the vendor or the employee if they allow a payout at the end of it. So I'm not so sure we want to go with that. But I like the idea of looking at a price of short-term and long-term disability just to find out how much it will cost us and making a decision after we get all those options. Because in Art's report, it went for a period of time that went back to 16. I believe in my RFP, let me just go, and covered a 4-year period, fiscal 16 to fiscal 19, and 18.5, 15.7, 2,500, and 19.8 per year we pay. So if we can come up with a plan that we can budget across the board, I'm throwing a number out, $15,000, $20,000. And it's based on how it's used along the way. So we may be able to work a policy and saying it costs us $20,000 a year. Nobody has any claims against it. We can share in the difference. So it wouldn't cost us that full amount. But the other side is if it goes over $20,000 in claims, we're in there at that $20,000 number. We're not going to pay any more. Maybe reflected years down the road in our usage numbers, but at least it gives us a budget number that we can plan for year after year. And if we use it, fine. If we don't, it goes back into the general fund. But right now, we have no clue what we're going to use from year to year. And if we have a catastrophic year, and like Art put in his proposal, 3, 4, 5, 7 people out taking advantage of it, it could really blow our budget. So my recommendation is we put it out, see what we get. It says in there we don't have to accept any of them. We can cancel it, or we can pick out the best 1 or 2 and negotiate final points with them. So we have a lot of leeway in a request for a proposal versus just a request for bid where you're basically saying, give me a price on this. We're asking them, giving them some examples, but we're also asking them if there's other creative ways to do what we need to do.
No, I think I'm with you, John, because you can see how departments are devastated when it happens. We have to find some kind of a safety net, and that's what this would be.
I think it's a great proposal because it allows for a lot of flexibility.
Yes.
I mean, we're basically asking bidders to sort of give us, your best policy, including all kinds of options. I just had 2 questions, John. The first is, it says background. So this is on page 3, where it says background. It says the plan allows for a maximum of 26 weeks within a 12-month period. So that's our current plan.
Right.
And when further on down, when you're actually asking for the proposals, it says now. So now I'm down. The next page from here, it says, note, in each option above, the short-term disability plan should include payment of 75% of the employee's scheduled gross weekly payroll amount for a period not to exceed 13 weeks.
And Rainey, even after version 6, I missed something.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I wasn't sure if you were saying that each disability event can't be longer than 13, because then long-term will kick in, and then for a maximum of up to 26 weeks?
No, let me get back to where you were. When I printed it out, it didn't come out right. What number is it under?
What page number?
1.5 right now, proposals. Is that where you are?
I'm actually at, so I'm referring to 2 things. One is the background, which is 1.3. It says 26 weeks within a 12-month period. Then the very next page, you list the cost incurred to the town last fiscal year's proposal requirements. The next paragraph where it says note in each option above, and then it says 75% of the employee's scheduled gross weekly payroll amount for a period not to exceed 13 weeks. So I just wasn't sure whether that meant you could have 2 events of each 13 weeks for a total of 26 weeks, or if that was a discrepancy from what we currently offer.
On 1.3, I'm talking about what the town has now with the 26 weeks.
Okay, so you're asking for proposals that don't exceed 13 weeks?
Right, and that's short term, and that can be changed, but that's based on my experience with the state. Then a long-term disability plan will take over. Right now, we go up to 26 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, so you're asking for proposals that offer short-term disability for 13 weeks?
Correct. Again, that's my recommendation, but we can put whatever number we want.
Oh, no, okay, I was just trying to see if that was a change that you were proposing or if it was a discrepancy.
Would you
it's a
want
change I'm proposing.
Okay, good. That's all I wanted to know.
Would you want them to, whatever, have them price it out at both 13 weeks and 26 weeks?
You can, it's just going to double the cost or somewhere around there.
Okay, so it's not it. It's not.
26
Okay.
weeks is an awfully long short-term disability plan.
Yes, it is.
Half the year.
That's a quarter of a year.
Okay.
Half a year. And actually, okay, so the other one is
But 26 weeks. 26 weeks is half a year, really.
Yeah.
Right.
So 13 would be 3 months.
Oh, yeah, okay, I was referring to the 26. Okay, so down the same page where it says the plan does not apply to the following circumstances, number 2, to a disability for which treatment is not provided by a physician. So are we saying requiring it to be a physician versus another provider?
Well, that's a question because that is what we have right now by a physician. I thought the same thing because there could be a PA or an NP, even a mid-level that treats them, as you know. So I think we could put the terminologies by a qualified medical professional or something like that.
Yeah, I just actually would want to be consistent with like whatever workers' comp says. Do they allow for a provider, or does it have to be a physician? Because don't forget, every PA and NP has a supervising physician.
Right.
On the books. I just wanted to, I just wanted to raise it as a question. That's all.
So let me look up the workman's comp wording, okay?
Yeah. And I believe there is one other place where it references physician, so I can't actually find it right at this moment, but.
Yeah, I'll do a search for the physician and change your word.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions about this? I think it looks great. This has been a long time coming.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good effort, especially if something was started in 2016 and 4 years later, we're still doing the same question. It's a great initiative to move forward with it.
Yeah.
I'll work with Ed, find some vendors that we could reach out to, advertise it, and give you a report at the next meeting.
So John, this would involve the, it wouldn't involve the school people, but it would involve police and highway, right?
Yeah, I think there's 40 people. Is that the number I put in there? Ed provided me with a list of all the people that could be qualified. I think it was 39, but I put roughly 40 because it could go up or down.
Okay.
And obviously, if it affects any union positions, we've got to negotiate and all that, but at least they'll give us something to go with to them. Because at least my opinion, if you can offer the union something better than what they have now at a lower cost, there's no reason they shouldn't accept it. That being said, we've got to ask the question first.
Yeah. Okay, so any other comments or questions about the proposal for short-term, long-term disability? Ed, do you need any further information in terms of dates and timeframes and things like that?
I can work with John on that.
Okay. All right. Does someone want to make a proposal or a motion rather?
Folks, wake up.
I make a motion that we move forward with the proposal to, what's it called, an RFP? Is that what it is?
RFP, yes.
An RFP for companies.
Short-term and long-term disability.
Yeah, to tell us about long-term and short-term disability options.
I'll second it.
Okay, so motion by Chris and seconded by Francine. Any more questions or discussion? All those in favor?
Tishman, aye.
Fowles eye.
Martin, aye.
Right, aye.
Roland, aye.
All right, thank you. And thanks again, John, for all that. So in terms of the rest of the agenda, if there's nobody that has any questions about the lengthy list of warrant capital items and such, we do have open time for the public. I do think that we mentioned, we talked about the letters that had come in. I mentioned about the residents that voiced concern about the political stickers at the dump. There was a letter that came in from Heather Pellegrini. It was not really directed to us. We were CC'd on it, and it was directed to the Master Plan Committee. I don't know if we're obligated to read something that was not directed to us, but more CC. I don't believe so, unless anybody thinks otherwise.
Well, as a representative of MPIC, I have not had a chance to reach out, but I will reach out to her.
Okay. Okay, and if she wants us to address it at all, we'll do it at that point then. So I think that is it, and it's exactly 11:01. Now, are we canceling executive session, Ed?
Yes, not needed.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions about that?
Tammy?
I do, but I'm waiting for public.
Okay, so at this point, we have open time for the public. Would you like to?
Tammy?
Thanks.
Tammy Walunas, 298 College Highway. Rini, you talked a lot about a webinar. Is this something that you could forward to me or put out on the Southampton Community Facebook page so that other people could watch it and see it? So we have a better understanding?
Absolutely. Okay. I have the PowerPoint right here, right on my desktop, and I'm just going to send it over to Ed. It's on the website for the MMA, and it's I'm looking at it right now. Lauren Goldberg, ESQ, June 2020. And absolutely everybody should watch this. Like Robert said, he actually watched it twice. It's so full of information that'll be so helpful to the election and the town meeting. And you actually can go on the website and actually bring up the live webinar. So I'll forward this, but it's on the Mass Municipal Association website.
Okay, thank you. That was the main thing I had. Okay. And then what committee did I get put on?
You got put on, you're so funny, on the committee for the town meeting.
Town meeting
Thank you. All right. And I'll get in contact with you. That's all I had. Thank you.
All right. I guess that's it. We'll have to bring up the other executive session item when it's prepared. So would somebody like to make a motion to adjourn then?
Sorry, just one quickie. There was another email from Paul Deeman and Planning Board about some zoning issues that we could maybe discuss next time.
Yes, that's right. It was a form for the that he's proposing well, they were proposing a form, correct?
Yes, a couple of them, I think. Yeah. So maybe we can put it on the agenda for next time.
Yep. Ed, is that something that you think can just wait till next time?
Yeah, I'll talk to you offline about that.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Would someone like to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Who's that, Chris? Did Chris make a motion?
Is that Chris? Who would like to second the motion to adjourn?
I do.
Matt seconds the motion. All those in favor, roll call vote, please.
Fowles eye.
Roland, aye.
Martin, aye.
Roden, aye. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks. I'm going back to my office and go to bed.
Robert. Night.